Top of the morning to you, Ambient. Morning, everybody. Yeah, they're pretty good. Brad Marchant's on your third line.
Yep.
You're a tough out. Brad Marchant's on your third line. Man, was he good last night.
Mm-hmm.
Golly. Should have had like two other helpers. When he sets you up, you've got like a whole net to shoot at. Golly. Look at this. Triple A's this morning. Arch, Albar, AJC. So Paula, Detroit's just the D, not Dallas, Detroit, from the D. Paula, do you know how old we are if we're using the word hip? But I feel you. Empire, I don't know how much flexibility they have. They've traded away a lot of assets. I don't know how much flexibility you have.
And I don't think you're lacking leadership. You got beat by a better team. Your power play didn't score. You gave up 2 goals in 11 seconds in a game that would have tied the series. I'm not questioning leadership on that team. Stamkos was minus 600 this year.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first day of May. We got over the hump yesterday. Hope your week is going well. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with you. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
Good morning, David. I'm doing well. Excited that today's our Friday. I've got to be honest with you. We haven't had a day off in a while. We're taking tomorrow off, a best of. So as I was leaving the house this morning for my extremely long commute into the studio, and by extremely long, it's about a mile.
Right.
Maybe a mile and a quarter if we're pushing.
Ooh, really? You think
Door,
it's actually
door to door, it's over a mile.
Huh. What if you took the golf cart and you snuck off the back way and went down that dirt path?
Probably a mile.
Okay.
Probably a mile.
It's been a while since you took the golf cart, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, that was when my last car died, and I
Right.
was buying a new car, and I had about a 5-day gap.
I
So
just
I took the golf cart to work. Nothing bothered me more that day, those days. There was different people in the building, and there happens to be and there's nothing wrong with anybody that lives in a trailer park. If you live in a mobile home community, that's fine. But one of the people that worked in the building, who I have to be honest, I never thought that much of.
okay.
And he was very popular. And he's like, "Oh, what do you live next door in the trailer park?" And I mean, this guy is the epitome of a trashy dude. And I just looked at him. I went, "Yeah, I live over in the trailer park. That's where I'm coming from."
Right.
Just
Got a
just
problem
come
with that?
to the trailer park.
Right.
But I'm like, that's I mean, you would have known because you would have been my neighbor, is what I wanted.
Hello.
It irritated me.
Obviously.
Yeah, it did. Kept that one with me, didn't I?
Didn't realize taking the golf cart down that dirt path would take us here, but okay.
Exactly. But you're right. I could take the golf cart. I prefer it on the course.
I understand that. I could certainly see that. Miller and Moulton on this Thursday, fired up. Two of our favorite guests, Kurt Becker, horse racing, John Forslund, the NHL, to join us on the show today. Sometimes one team's just better than the other. And that's still the case. Tampa Bay's improved from a year ago, but the Panthers are better. They're deeper. Lightning had a couple of injuries, which they could ill afford. And, they had a bad 11-second sequence in game 4 of this series. And instead of us having a long series, we ended up with a short one. Panthers in 5. Oh, well, happens.
And, last night wasn't for a lack of scoring by Tampa.
No, even had a power play goal. My goodness.
How about
power play goal?
How about that?
But it still didn't matter.
But I mean, John Cooper said it after the game, David. And this right now, they've got the upper hand in this rivalry.
Yeah.
No sugarcoating it. That is what it is. They're the better team. And I'm looking, I'd like to see Toronto beat Ottawa. I'd love to see it go 7. I've got to be brutally. I mean, I want to see the pucker north of the border as much as anyone. But Toronto's really good.
Yeah,
Toronto's very deep.
They are.
They can their third line can play. So I will be interested to see how they match up against the Florida Panthers, who right now are the deepest team in the National Hockey League.
Yeah. When Brad Marchand's on your third line, you're deep. I mean, let's just call it out. I mean, you're very deep. And nearly 50 hits for the Panthers last night also. I mean, they're deep and they're physical. And they have a Hall of Fame goalie, and they have a very good coach.
And their defense, their blue line is flat out better than Tampa's.
Yeah, no doubt.
Ekblad, Forslund, the Adam Jones. I mean, they have a better blue line than Tampa does.
Yeah, the Seth Jones.
Hedman didn't play great all year or in the series, but Florida's top 4 defensemen are clearly better than Tampa's top 4 defensemen right now.
Well, especially with Hedman playing the way he did this year and in the series. I mean, how many more goals does Hedman have to be on the ice for? Fortunately, if you're a Lightning fan, it's not going to be another one for a while. But the Seth Jones trade, by the way, turns out to be monstrous because that's a guy who obviously needed to be in a better situation because he has played up to his talent level with the Panthers.
And the other part of this, that, well, I don't like, but good teams do it and do it well. Why was Florida able to make the trades they did at the deadline?
Right.
Because Tkachuk was on the long-term IR.
Yep.
There's no salary cap in the National Hockey League in the postseason. So when you bring a player off of the long-term IR, you can just freely add him back to your roster, and there are no ramifications because of the salary cap. And look at Florida. I'm not picking on you. Trust me. Vegas has done it for years.
Hey, Tampa did it. Remember the Kucherov would miss nearly the whole year.
Right what I was going to get to.
Yeah.
Right what I was going to get to. Vegas has done it for years, and Tampa did it exceptionally well with Kucherov. Helped them win a Stanley Cup.
No doubt.
Make no mistake. So I just want to make sure the Florida fan knows I'm not picking on you. I don't like the rule.
I'm with you.
I think the salary cap should be throughout. You have to adhere to the cap in the playoffs. I don't think you should be able to hide a guy for a month on the long-term IR and then bring him back in the playoffs and be able to just add a player. It's one thing, there were a lot of Tampa fans that wanted them to sign the kid that won the Hobie Baker from Michigan State, which they never did, which would have given him some depth. One thing to sign a good college kid in April and put him on your roster. It's another to take a Hart Trophy winner and add him back. Or, you're talking about key players that Florida, Tampa, Vegas, and others have done this with.
Well, think about it.
Colorado this year.
Think about it. Because of the injury to Tkachuk, who's making like $8 a year, and they were able to take him off of their roster for the final 2 months. And then that's prorated money. And who were they able to then go out and acquire? Seth Jones and Brad Marchand, a first-line defenseman and a Hall of Fame forward who's still got some jam. So, they took advantage. They turned, lemons into lemonade. But Mark's point, if the caps say 90 or so million, now Florida's cap's about 105 to 110 in the postseason because everybody's healthy and they're back playing.
And they're just playing by the rules.
Right,
they
totally.
Are just playing by the rules. I have a problem with the rules. And I think it's a simple fix, and the NHL's not interested for what it's worth.
Well, they got a CBA coming up here, negotiation in a little over a year. But you got to figure the players won't be interested in closing this loophole, right?
Why would they be?
Right.
Why would they be?
Right.
You mean a guy can sit out for 2 months, still get paid, and the team can get better in the playoffs? Explain to me how that's bad for the players' union.
Especially since the players don't get paid their full salary in the playoffs.
Right.
They're playing at a huge discount in the playoffs. So Miller and Moulton on this May 1st. Kurt Becker to talk Derby, John Forslund to resume our NHL talk. Boy, let's just take a moment for the National Basketball Association. They lost the Lakers last night.
The only person associated with the National Basketball Association that celebrated what happened last night outside of those that are T-Wolves fans is Nico Harrison, the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, who was rooting so hard for the T-Wolves last night, you could feel it through the television screen.
Who is using the Mavs social media account to send out all the clips of Luka unable to guard a stop sign last night. My goodness. He's not using the Mavs social media, but all of a sudden there are a lot of stuff that's available about Luka not being able to play defense last night. Huh. Funny how that works. So, well, they tried an interesting strategy. I mean, JJ Redick, Mark, give him credit. In game 4, he said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to substitute the whole second half. Okay, these are my 5, and I don't care how tired they get. They can finish the game. And they got tired, and they blew a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter, and they lost. Okay. So last night, you know what he did? He said, we're not even going to put a big guy on the floor. We're going to go small. Your center's not that good. And Rudy Gobert said, wait a minute. I'm the center. I'm not that good? Give me the ball. Let me show you. Ant, give me the ball. I can still play a little bit. 27 points, 24 rebounds later.
24 rebounds later. 27 and 24.
Right.
As the Lakers down 1 going to the fourth are only able to muster up 16 points in the final quarter.
at home in an elimination spot. Right. Do you know that T-Wolves went 2.5 quarters without making a three and still won? They went for the middle of the second quarter to like 3 minutes left in the game without making a three and still won the game. They missed like 23s in a row. Anyway, so let's take a moment, for Adam Silver and the association. He was so close to a Lakers Warriors second round series, which would then have one of them in the Western Conference final.
And would have guaranteed really good ratings.
Oh, yeah.
Really good ratings.
Yeah. But, c'est la vie.
Don't worry, the Celtics are still around, and they'll drive the ratings bus the rest of the way. And hopefully for Mr. Silver and the association, Golden State can finish the deal after getting destroyed by Houston. We will talk a little association. We will talk some hockey. We will talk some Derby today. Kurt Becker will join us to break down Saturday's Kentucky Derby. John Forslund, the best in the business at calling hockey, will update us on his thoughts of round one of the NHL playoffs. It's Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. Thanks so much for joining us. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Empire. Last year with Tampa, Steven Stamkos had 40 goals and was minus 21 for the season. This year, he was minus 36. He is a 5-on-5 liability at this point in his career. So, David, for a poll question.
Yes.
Today's National Prayer Day. You want to just ask people if they believe in God? I couldn't even get that out without laughing.
Yes, no, depends on who's in the White House. Is that too soon? No, hello?
God, that's funny.
Just bringing our sense of humor, trying to.
Shit,
How come the Florida Derby winner's not in the Derby?
I can't help you there.
Huh.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for waking up with us on this 1st of May. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Starting 5 in a little more than 15 minutes time. Kurt Becker to preview the Derby in a little more than an hour. John Forslund to talk the NHL playoffs in a little more than 2 hours. Did you see I don't just want to call it a stat. Did you want to see the financial disclosure that was made on behalf of the Texas football program yesterday? Remember last year, the big brouhaha, hubbub above, whatever, was Ohio State spending $20 million to put this team together. 1 year later, have you seen how much money Texas has spent to put the 2025 Longhorns together? $35 to $40 million. 35 to 40. Now there's a debate whether or not this is, just going to continue to go up, or Mark, is this like the Sam Bradford year of the draft? The last guy to be taken number 1 overall who didn't have the rookie cap and got the big upfront signing bonus?
Right. The last quarterback, the last first overall pick to get that, when we used to have holdouts because guys weren't getting their money because they all could get whatever they could get.
Right.
He was the last one.
And the thought is that this could be the last year if this agreement that they're negotiating and waiting on and having to appease the federal judge out in California. All right. But if this agreement goes into effect, that essentially the sport will have some kind of salary, I don't know, barriers, almost like a pinball machine. There'll be, flippers on the side.
That's one way to look at it, that there would be salary barriers. Another way to look at it is it would be a salary floor. Not a ceiling, not a cap,
right,
but a floor. And I believe, at least for the foreseeable future, David, because no one's running college athletics. Tony Pedini and Greg Sankey are as close to 82 people that are running the sport as anyone else, as long as they check in with their network partners and see what they think about how college football should be run. And do you think ESPN cares how much money Texas and Ohio State spend on their roster? They don't give a damn. In fact, they would probably encourage the spending.
Absolutely. In fact, they're like, hey, here's a list of 15 teams that we'd really like to see spend $40 million a year. Can you guys make sure you make that happen? That would help us out a lot.
Miami, we're talking to you. You move the needle too. We'd like you to spend it.
Right.
So there's no way the network partners are going to stop the spending. To me, David, there's no way that the rich, egotistical alum that demands their football program is at the top level will stop spending. So explain to me how this is a salary barrier and not just a salary floor.
Well, in theory, this could happen. I'm with you, by the way. I've agreed with every word that you've said. But in theory, this could happen. The schools, Mark, I mean, it's like the Major League Baseball owners on a couple of occasions. What did they do? They colluded. I mean, these schools could, if they've got the onions, just turn around and look at these players and go, yeah, we have to play by different rules now. We don't have the money we had last year. We only have this much to go around. Because remember, all right, in theory, that would be a little more profit for them, right? And they could hit up their boosters, not for money for the athletes. They could hit up their boosters for money for the school. But now, Mark, problem is it really only takes one or two schools to go, yeah, we ain't playing by those rules.
There you go. There you go.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
there you go.
I heard your speech. Sounds great. Okay. And you know what? There was a time when I would have played along. Not anymore.
And you know what's funny is you might be able to get Texas and Ohio State. You won't. But you might be able to get Texas and Ohio State to adhere to this. And then all of a sudden, Ole Miss or SMU or whomever
BYU
say, we want to be good.
Yeah. That's just the beginning. That's the appetizer. That 20 point whatever million for our athletic department, in which we'll spend 15 of it on football. Okay, we'll start with the 15 and then we'll add to it. Get Tony on the line. Tell him we need money. Get Joe and Steve right behind him. Tell them we need money. So 35 to 40 million. Texas Longhorns. That's what their salary, their salary cap is this year. I mean, it go higher, right? I mean, what is Greg Sankey going to go, guys, got to stop. You're like, what do you mean we got to stop? After spring ball, we took a look around. Okay, we need another running back. We need another corner. We need some depth at linebacker. What are you talking about?
Did you not see what happened to our running back room last year, for crying out loud? We need 3 or 4 of these guys. We had guys falling down like pins last year.
Right.
Not going to go through that again. I'll tell you the one school right now that I think is, I don't know about laughing, but watching this all go on and going, man, they're not paying any attention to us, because everything I've seen in the SEC, the early prognostications are that it's Texas and Georgia and everybody else. We spend all this time talking about the Buckeyes and what they spend, and Texas and what they spend. You know, that school in Athens, Georgia, is throwing around a little bit of money too.
Yes, they are.
And by a little bit, I mean a lot of it.
Right. And by the way, Kirby's not saying a word.
Not a damn thing.
Kirby's just like, these are the rules. We'll play by them. We got no problem playing by them. All those years we were winning 9 games under Mark Richt. I heard from the Georgia Boosters. They were ready to pay for a double-digit win team. Well, they're paying for it.
And to your earlier point, David, I don't think university presidents could pull off collusion. If you know, I don't think the university presidents could all get together and say, we're not spending this money anymore. Because I think university presidents largely have jobs because of, wait for it,
here we go,
university boosters.
You mean to tell me Gordon Gee was onto something all those years ago when they asked him about getting rid of Jim Tressel? And he said, get rid of Jim Tressel. I'm just hope every day he doesn't get rid of me.
Bingo. This is where academia has met pro sports, and college football has won.
So 35-40 apparently for the Texas football team this year.
Who has more pressure to win this year? Arch Manning, Trevor Lawrence.
See, it's funny. Trevor hasn't even started working on the $55 million a year contract. They can't get rid of Trevor for 4 more years. This year and the first 3 of that 5-year deal. Okay, Trevor could just chuckle and go, 2026. We'll try hard. We'll see how it goes. Okay, keep the checks a-coming, boys. Nothing you can do with me.
There's no doubt that David, no matter how Arch Manning plays this year, he's going to make his $6 million too at Texas. But if he doesn't deliver, it will fall on him. If Jacksonville is picking in the top, if their pick is in the top 5 again this year, it's going to be on Trevor. But you're right. He'll keep cashing the checks.
Yeah, Arch has 2 years. Okay, he's got 2 years. He's got to deliver big in one of them. Got to deliver big in one of them. He's got 2 years. Miller and Moulton. The starting 5 is next.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The Louisville Courier-Journal has a little article on why every horse can win and why they can't. And for the favorite journalism, why he can't win. As anyone in the newspaper business will tell you, journalism wins feels like the unlikeliest of headlines. Well played.
Yeah, the video is terrifying. The video is.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Kurt Becker to talk the Derby 1 hour from now. John Forslund to talk the NHL 2 hours from now. We hope your week is going well. We got over the hump yesterday. It's May 1st.
May Day.
Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
And we'll start with the NHL. The Battle of Florida did not go as long as we thought it would. The Panthers were just too good. Lusteran with a goal and 3 assists. One of the best nights for a Panthers player in a game in the playoffs ever. Florida with 2 in the first, 2 in the second, 2 in the third. Beat Tampa Bay 6-3 to win the series in 5. They've met 4 of the last 5 years in the playoffs, and now their playoff history is 2-2. The Panthers waiting to see who emerges from the Toronto-Ottawa series. Toronto up 3-2, Game 6 in Ottawa tonight. The Caps also advanced in 5, beating Montreal 4-1. Ovechkin scored again. 4 goals in 5 games in the playoffs for the Magic 8. remarkable. Nearly 40 years of age. What's also remarkable is this is the first series that the Caps have won in the playoffs since they danced with Lord Stanley 7 years ago. So Ovechkin and the Caps have waited a long time. Washington now will have home ice in a best-of-7 second-round series against the Carolina Hurricanes. Meanwhile, home teams are perfect 5-0 in the St. Louis-Winnipeg series. Jets broke a 2-2 tie by scoring 3 unanswered at home to beat St. Louis 5-3, lead that series 3-2. The winner of St. Louis-Winnipeg will play the winner of Dallas-Colorado. Dallas is up 3-2 in that series. Game 6 is tonight in Colorado. 2 other Western Conference series going on tonight. Vegas hopes to wrap things up. Game 6 in Minnesota. Edmonton hopes to wrap things up. Game 6 at home against the LA Kings. NBA. Yeah, the Warriors mailed one in last night. Either that or the Rockets took out their frustration of losing 3 fairly close games and just took it to Golden State. Up 27 at the half was Houston. Golden State with an impressive fourth quarter just to lose by 15. 131-116. Game 6 of the series, of which the Warriors lead 3-2, is tomorrow night. The winner of that series will face the Minnesota Timberwolves. The T-Wolves disposed of the Lakers in 5. 103-96, your Game 5 final in Los Angeles. Lakers went with a small lineup. They defended the arc. Minnesota just 7 for 47 from 3. How many times have you heard of a team missing 43s and winning? But Rudy Gobert, he was the one big guy on the court against a small lineup. So he had 27 points, 24 rebounds for the T-Wolves. Remember, they went to the conference finals a year ago. Timberwolves waiting to see whether or not they'll play Golden State or Houston. Something to remember, if they play Golden State, the T-Wolves have home court advantage because they're the 6 and the Warriors are the 7. 2 NBA playoff games tonight, a couple of game 6s, both home teams trying to stay alive. Detroit hosting the Knicks, the Clippers hosting the Nuggets. Detroit has lost 9 consecutive home playoff games, a streak that goes back 17 years. Can they win one at home and force what would be a pressure Game 7 on the Knicks? The type of game that cost a coach his job if he loses it. TNT with the double dip tonight. Pistons, Knicks, Clippers, Nuggets. Baseball. Man, the Rays can't score at home. We had Steve Carney on yesterday. You asked him, what's the deal? He goes, tough to win when you score nothing. Mark, how many runs did the Rays score last night?
David, they don't score runs.
No, they scored nothing last night. One
They
the
don't
night before.
Score runs.
Here's how bad it's getting for the Rays. Like, there's a guy for the Reds who made his major league debut yesterday. He gave up 9 runs in 2 1/3. Well, Kansas City's Noah Cameron made his major league debut last night for the Royals. He took a no-no into the 7th. At what point during the game do you think he turned to the catcher and he said, this ain't that hard? Rays held to 4 hits, lost to the Royals 3-0. Orioles, despite Aaron Judge having 3 more hits, including a homer. Baltimore took 2 of 3 from their series with the Yankees. They won 5-4. The Jays trailed the Red Sox 6-0 and came back to win 7-6-10. Kyle Stowers with 2 homers for the Marlins. Problem is the Dodgers pounded out 17 hits and scored 12 runs to sweep Miami 12-7. Diamondbacks hand the Mets their second home loss of the year, 4-3. Chris Sale, the tough luck loser for the Braves, who were trying to get back to 500. He pitched well, 7 innings, 2 earned, 10 strikeouts, but no run support. Colorado.
In Colorado, no run support.
Right. Colorado snapped their 8-game losing streak with a 2-1 win over the Braves. Phils have quietly won 4 in a row. They beat the Nats 7-2. Mark, you called it. You called it. You said, I know normally we bet on splits, but Moulton, the last 2 doubleheaders, they've both been makeup doubleheaders, and we've had sweeps. Okay, I'm a little worried. Well, the Cardinals whooped up on the Reds 9-1 and 6-0 in Cincy to sweep the double dip. Pirates beat the Cubs 4-3. That's not the big story from this game. The big story from this game is a fan sitting in the front row in right center field atop the Clemente wall. Roberto Clemente was number 21. The Clemente wall in Pittsburgh is 21 feet high. And a fan somehow fell out of the front row, flipping over the railing, and fell onto the warning track. He is in critical condition. Wow. The video, there's one angle of it that I've seen. Besides it obviously being frightening, it's strange. It looks as if the fan tried to somersault onto the field. Obviously he didn't, but it's difficult to see and wrap your brain around. But obviously harrowing. 21 feet landing on the warning track. Both managers saw it immediately. The umpires didn't, and it was behind the players, so not all the players saw it immediately. But both managers saw it immediately, and they went running out there with their trainers, and he was attended to as quickly as possible. Brewers scored 3 in the 8th to move above 500 and beat the White Sox 6-4. Javi Baez is a major league ball player again. When did this happen?
About a month ago, because he's been performing unbelievably well for the Detroit Tigers this year.
After being one of the 5 worst position players in baseball for the 2 years leading up to it. I mean, what did he hit last year? Like $160? The Tigers, who still have, 3 more years, they got to pay him $20+ million, which is an albatross contract for the Tigers. And so they had this crazy idea, 3 weeks ago, let's put him in center field. And the lifelong shortstop is playing a pretty darn good center field, and he's hitting. He's hitting over 300. He had a slam yesterday for the Tigers in their 7-4 win over the Astros. Seattle beat the Angels 9-3. Not the big story. Mike Trout left the game with a sore knee in the 4th inning. Obviously, with his injury history and with that knee injury history, this bears close watching. Bo Naylor with a 3-run homer. Guardians over the Twins 4-2. It was just a 2-game series, but the Padres swept the Giants 5-3 to move ahead of San Francisco into 2nd place in the West. And it was 1-1 going to the 9th, and the A's scored 6 times to beat Texas 7-1. The A's are above 500. Just throwing that out there. NFL.
I've got the over on the A's this year.
I know we do.
A's and Reds are our teams.
Yep. NFL. Former Florida State quarterback Jordan Travis, who was a 5th-round pick of the Jets in the 24 draft. Yeah, he retired yesterday saying, my leg just won't heal. It won't come back from that late November 2023 injury, which obviously ended up costing Florida State a spot in the playoff. And even though he was drafted and he had the Jets, medical staff to work with him, he said, unfortunately, a day before his 25th birthday, Jordan Travis retires from football. It's a shame. Bills signed wide receiver Elijah Moore. 1 year, he could make up to $5 million. Moore caught 61 balls for the Browns last year, albeit averaging only 9 yards a catch. The Ravens declined their 5th-year option on center Tyler Linderbaum. Now, that's interesting if they plan on walking away from him. They say they're actually trying to sign him for a long-term deal, but we just didn't want to be cap-strapped with the terms of the fifth-year option. So we'll see, if this is Linderbaum's last year with the Ravens, that'd be a good player on the market, or if this is just, maneuvering the salary cap. The Jags declined their fifth-year option on the leading tackler from a year ago, linebacker Devin Lloyd. He was a first-round pick back in 2022, and now he'll be a free agent next year. Atlanta picks up the fifth-year option on wide receiver Drake London, who will make just under $7 million this year and just under $17 million next year. Both years fully guaranteed. And as we mentioned, the Texas Longhorns reportedly are spending $35 to $40 million on their roster this year in college football. $35 to $40 million. Last year, everybody went bat blank crazy because the Buckeyes spent $20. What is it they say, Mark? Everything's bigger in Texas?
Yes, it is, David.
And they lost to the Buckeyes in the semis, so they said, we got to spend more money.
How long will it take a college team to outspend an NHL team? Or, you know what? Because the NHL, they all roll pretty close to the cap.
No. Come on.
I know. How long will it take for a college football team
to
outspend the Marlins?
There you go. $69 million, by the way, is what the Marlins are spending this year.
By the end of the decade, I predict a college football team will be outspending the Florida Marlins.
I totally agree. In fact, I don't know if it'll take to the end of the decade. Forget this whole arrangement that they're trying. This arrangement's not going to hold up in court. I don't know who they think they're kidding here. They're going to try to limit how much money the kids can make. Hello? It's not going to work.
It has no chance of working.
No, I don't see how it does.
Employees, collective bargaining, salary cap.
Then
it's the only way for these universities to control spending, but there's no commissioner. So who's going to get this done?
And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories, and can the Longhorns outspend the Marlins here on Miller and Moulton?
We neglected a poll question yesterday. We never got one done.
No.
And the only thing that I have in my brain today, since we've talked a little football, is a pro football question.
Okay.
Who's going to win more games this year? The Dolphins or the Jags?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't want to put the Bucs in there because it's obvious that the Bucs will win the most games out of those three and certainly would get the most votes. But between the Dolphins and the Jags, do you see either of them being winning teams next year?
If I had to put money on one of them being a winning team, I'd actually bet on Jacksonville. I am very down on Miami. So I like the question. I do.
Keeping football on the brain a little bit.
Well, it's always on the brain.
And, it's not like we can ask who's going to win the Derby.
Right.
And the series between Florida and Tampa is over because the better team dominated and won in 5 games. Miller and Moulton, we'll have a poll question on the other side. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday, the first day of May. Thanks so much for being with us. Kurt Becker to join us in about 35 minutes as we look ahead to Saturday's Kentucky Derby, the 151st run for the Roses. John Forslund in a little over an hour and a half to resume our NHL playoff discussion. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. What's our poll question again?
Well, we could do who do you think will win more games, Jags or Dolphins, unless you have something that you find to be more fun.
The only thing I was thinking, and once again, it's snarky. It's not positive, and I'm trying really hard to not be as snarky and as negative as I can be. But I had it on my head. So who do we think's picking first overall next year? But I don't know if we could agree on the top 3 or 4 candidates. Like there are some years, Mark, in which I feel at this moment in time that we are all like, oh, so-and-so's on the clock. Do you have that feeling for next year?
I don't. You know, we were pretty convinced that teams like the Giants and but like the Giants the past couple of years were like, they're going to be flirting with the clock. Carolina's going to be flirting with
New
the
England.
Right.
New England last year, we're like, New England's going to threaten to be on the clock. Right. You still feel that way about Carolina, about New England, about the Giants?
The team I would put on there right now and would love to hear from you at 21,000. Who do you think will be on the clock? That's a fun little question, a way to do it for next year. But would it surprise you at all if the New Orleans Saints were on the clock?
No.
I mean, that's where I went when you brought that question up. That's the team that I think could really suffer this year.
Especially if they're going to go through with, Carr injured and playing the rookie, the second-round pick from Louisville. So, who else? Who else right now that you go, they got a pretty darn good chance of being on the clock? I mean, you start going through the divisions. Like, I don't think the Giants have a good chance of being on the clock. Now, I don't think the Giants are going to have a good season, but I don't think that they're going to be on the clock. If I had to bet, I'd bet they have another top 10 pick, but I don't think they'll have a top 5 pick.
But here are your last place teams from a year ago by division. The Giants, we just talked about them. The Bears, do you really see the Bears being on the clock? Because they've made so many significant improvements with their offensive line. Obviously, the new coach, they had a nice draft. The Saints, I think they're a candidate. I really do.
Okay.
And the 49ers.
No, that's way too much of a reach.
The Patriots.
I don't think so. I think they've had way too good of an offseason. Let me ask you this, though. Are we willing to bet on somebody else in that division?
Well, we'll get to that in a second. Let's go through the last place teams first, but I like where your head's at. Now, I definitely think this team could be a candidate. The Cleveland Browns.
Oh, okay.
Tennessee. They drafted Cam Ward. Do you really think their fate's going to turn around much between this year and next year?
I will say this. They've upgraded that roster significantly. They've invested in wide receivers. I mean, I do think that I don't look at them as a 3-14 roster anymore, if you know what I mean. But if you're playing a rookie quarterback, some things can go horribly wrong.
Agree. I would have Tennessee on the list, and then the Raiders were the last place team in the NFC West. Now, we have a lot of faith in Pete Carroll and think he's a great coach and think they've made some pretty good moves. But in that division, do you see the Raiders being anything but the last place team?
It's difficult for me, though, with Geno Smith as the quarterback, Pete Carroll as the coach, that I think they've significantly raised their floor. Like, I would be surprised if they don't win 6. at minimum 6.
So now these are the teams with bad records that from a year ago that did not finish in last, and could they be candidates? The Jets. I think there's always a possibility the Jets are picking very early in the draft.
Okay.
The Jags, also a 4-13 team from a year ago. Now their roster has improved. It has. They went out and got a couple of linemen. I don't like their draft. They put their eggs in the Travis Hunter basket, and I don't think that was the right move personally. Carolina tied with the Saints for last. And that's about it. Other than that, you're looking at teams that were decent a year ago, even though they may have had a losing record. I know you're not high on the Dolphins. They were an 8-9 team that if you're saying it's Miami to put them on the clock, and I know a couple of people have chimed in the Twitch chat room and put Miami down. That's a free fall to go from 8-9 to 3-14. And that's usually what it takes to pick first overall.
So that would be my nomination. Saints, Browns, Titans. Which team, do you think will be on the clock next year? Or we can go with, who do you think will win more games, Jags or Dolphins?
David, I think you know me by now. I'm not opposed to both.
So we can hit our weekly quota? Is that what you're saying?
We need one more for that because we missed today and we've got tomorrow off. So
that's true. So, all right.
I mean, I offered a snarky question earlier in the show, but we'll leave that for the commercial break only.
Yeah, I don't think we can go there. In fact, I definitely know we can't go there.
But more reasons to check us out on either YouTube or twitch.tv, youtube.com. Both of those simply /Miller and Moulton, and you can find the video to go along with the audio if you so care to choose.
All right, gut feeling, by the way, before you post. The NFL team which didn't draft in the top 10 of the draft that you think has the best chance of drafting in the top 5 next year. So remember, the Bears picked 10th. So, we're talking Niners at 11, Cowboys at 12, Dolphins at 13, Falcons were 15. All right. Arizona was, I think, 16. Off the top of my Indianapolis was 14.
I've got one for you.
Okay.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Whoa. So the Steelers, who made the playoffs with 10 wins and picked 21st overall in the draft, and you think they could absolutely bottom out?
Yes. They're counting on signing a 41-year-old quarterback to save them. If he decides not to play or if he gets hurt, Mason Rudolph's their quarterback.
Hello.
You want to take a wild swing there, I would take it with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And I would go Dolphins. I'm picking the Patriots to finish ahead of the Dolphins right now. And if that doesn't sound bold enough, one team won 8 games last year and the other team won 4. And before the team won 8 games, they had 4 consecutive winning seasons. So this would be a pretty precipitous drop.
And obviously would mean the end of McDaniel as head coach in Miami.
I don't know if he finishes out the year if it goes that badly.
And obviously by now we know how difficult it is for Tua to play 17 games.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a quarterback that you would predict to get injured, and you don't want to do that, we don't want to see anyone get hurt. But the likelihood of Tua playing all 17 games seems unlikely based on what's happened in the past. And David, help me out here. Who's that backup quarterback in Miami that they're counting on?
Well, Mark, I was going to say, I understand your concerns about Tua, but the Dolphins made a bold move to upgrade the backup quarterback position. They signed one of the 5 worst quarterbacks that we've seen play in the 21st century, Zach Wilson.
You know, another team we didn't talk about, and I liked their draft, but they lack skill guys completely. And they did just win 7 games, so they were outside of that top 10 pick as the Dallas Cowboys.
Do you think they could be that bad if Dak stays healthy?
No, I don't. But
now,
David, I put it this way. I wouldn't be completely surprised if the Giants battled Dallas for 3rd in that division.
I agree with you. I agree. Both below 500.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I mean, I could see both of those teams being in that 6-11 type range.
Both Eastern divisions play much tougher schedules this year than they played last year. Okay, it's another reason why, like, I don't know what the over-under is on the Commanders coming off the season that they had, but I'm inclined to go under right now. A, they won seemingly every close game last year.
Every close game. Not to mention they converted every 4th down last year, it seems.
Right. And B, their schedule's much harder. Much harder. I think it's going to be difficult for a team coming out of either East to be the 1 seed, to be honest. Like, I'll be very impressed knowing how good the Eagles are. If the Eagles can be the 1 this year with the schedule that the NFC East teams play, never mind their first place crossovers and all that, that would be very impressive to me, considering you usually have to win 13 plus to be the 1 seed.
By the way, the over-under for the Washington Commanders is 9.5.
And what did they win last year, like 12? So Vegas has got, and my guess is people are at 9.5. Oh, I'm taking the over.
Right. The over is -130. The under is +105. So essentially you're getting, even money, a little bit better than that to place the under on them. It's Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Michael, I don't know how many different ways I can tell you this. I don't give a rat's behind about pickleball. I don't. I get it. It's a really popular sport. There are tons of people playing it. I know Andre Agassi was in Naples. No, I don't know who he played. Thank you for pointing it out to me. I really appreciate it that he played a 16 and a 13-year-old. That's great. It's pickleball. This is the new CrossFit. If you're into pickleball, you tell everybody about pickleball. It's like the guy that did CrossFit 10 years ago told everybody he did CrossFit. Here, I'll say it. CrossFit is the most, pickleball is the most popular sport in 2025 in America and will dominate our culture for the next 5 years, aside from the fact that the Denver Broncos will win 4 consecutive Super Bowls. Okay, we good now? David, who are your 3 teams? New Orleans,
Cleveland, Tennessee.
Trying to make sure I keep the Twitch chat room happy. Michael wanted to know if I watched the pickleball yesterday. I didn't, and I apologize because I did tell him that pickleball is the most popular sport in America, and its dominance for the rest of the decade will only be outmatched by the consecutive streak of Super Bowls won by the Denver Broncos.
We got the snark going this morning.
You know my phone's going to ring tomorrow morning at 5. The satellite company has not called me in a month. Even my Friday guy, even Abraham. He doesn't call anymore. You know tomorrow morning at 5:55, my phone's going to ring. I'm going to email the guy from the satellite company today and say, can you please let your staff know? Because I really don't want a phone call tomorrow morning on the one day I get to sleep in. My son has never played pickleball. I can guarantee you that for a fact, Michael. My son would rather shoot ducks or play golf. He has no interest in pickleball, none whatsoever. I did it last week, Sonny, at the Causeway Open. That was actually the good last week.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Kurt Becker to join us in a little more than 15 minutes time as we'll get you prepped for the Derby, which of course is Saturday. They keep pushing that sucker back later and later. I mean, what? They go to post
6:57 is the schedule.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable how late they're going to post now for that.
Yeah, this
sucker.
used to be before 6. This used to be 5:55, not 6:55.
And then NBC got it. And when they had hockey, they started using the Derby to lead into, or the Triple Crown races to lead into Stanley Cup playoffs that night. So they were pushing it 6:30, 6:40, and they'd stay with it. And then they'd go kind of right into NHL pregame and an NHL playoff game. And so, but they don't have hockey anymore. But man, oh man, it gets ratings though. I mean, what is more remarkable to you? The fact that as many of us who watch the draft, the reading of names and the walking out of young men in all different attire, or we watch that Derby coverage for hours. Hours. We don't watch horse racing, and I know they show some of the prelim races. I know sometimes they just fill time and they show a race or two, but it's just, it's like prelim to the Oscars. It's just a bunch of pretty people in outfits.
It's the two figure skaters.
Right.
With their hats, because he will have a hat on of some sort.
Right. Yeah, Lipinski, right? And then the other, I don't know who the guy is.
His name is.
But Weir, right?
It's the pretty and famous people. It's seen, they now, because the Derby's always been a big deal. I mean, it really has. Horse racing was far bigger in the 70s and particularly the 70s than it is now. So the Derby's always been a good television product. It's always drawn ratings. But something happened in the last 20 years, David, to me, where the Rob Gronkowskis and the Tom Brady said, I've got to go to the Derby. And then the actors have said, I've got to go to the Derby. So it's become a who's who of Hollywood and sport that now has descended upon Louisville for the Derby. And people apparently like to see their favorite stars or people that they know dressed as crazily as they do for the Derby.
I just remember in years past, they spent a lot more time talking horse racing. First off, it wasn't a 3-hour pre-race show leading up to the race. It was like maybe an hour. But the Derby is Saturday, first Saturday in May. And so Kurt Becker to join us in less than 15 minutes to look ahead to the Derby. We have not one, but two poll questions on this May Day. Which team is most likely to be on the clock for next year's draft? Who do you think right now is going to suck? Saints, Browns, Titans. Tough to do it 2 years in a row. For what it's worth, I voted Saints.
As did I.
That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. And then we asked, so just curious, who do you think is going to win more games next year? Jags, Trevor healthy, weaker division, the Travis Hunter impact, how big do you think it's going to be? Or the Dolphins, who fell to an 8-win season a year ago and seem to have gotten worse, not better, never mind staying the same this offseason. I voted Jags.
I voted Dolphins. I think it's going to be really close. Really close. But I do like parts of what the Dolphins have on. I like their defensive coordinator. I think he does a really good job. And I just worry about the Jags. I think they had too many holes. I don't think enough of them would filled. They went out and got Agba the other day. They still need to get a couple more players in free agency, in my opinion. But we'll see if that, with both teams, their offensive line play was terrible a year ago. Terrible. Jags think they did a little bit more to help their offensive line than the Dolphins did. Because the Dolphins' offensive line, as you pointed out earlier this week, average age is what, like 25 or so, 26 on their offensive line, something like that?
Well, the oldest offensive line starter right now is 27 years old, and the youngest is 21. So I think average age is going to be 25 or just under, because two of the guys are 25, 21, 27, and I forget the age of the other one that right now is listed as their starter. But I think they're going to struggle. Here's the other thing that I'm worried about, and I hope I'm dead wrong. I think some of the guys who are unhappy are going to be like, get me out of here once they start struggling. And I think they're going to quit on the coach. So I think it's going to kind of crumble from within. Hope I'm wrong. Hope the young O-line gels. Hope they get off to a decent start. And I hope all their pass rushers who were injured a year ago are healthy, because if so, they should be able to get after the quarterback. And you can do a lot and win a lot of games if you can get after the quarterback. That's what the Giants are hoping for. Better quarterback play, tough to be worse than what they had last year. And, oh, by the way, we should be able to get after the quarterback
without having to need a lot of help in blitzing and doing so.
There was another factor, and I'm not just saying this because everybody knows I grew up a Giants fan and the whole deal. It was an interesting point that I thought was raised. You know, there are two quarterbacks in the NFC East that are really difficult to shadow. Tough to put a spy on Hurts and Daniels because it's tough to have a defensive guy who can catch them, never mind tackle them. In theory, if the Giants ever got decent again, Mark, I mean, they could put Abdul Carter as a spy on Hurts and Daniels. He can catch them, and he can tackle them both because he's bigger than them. And I thought, all right, I like that. That's interesting. Those are the two best teams in the division right now. You got to figure out a way to slow them down. Okay. You know, how many quarterbacks are now being drafted because they can do what? What Buddy Ryan talked about when they drafted Randall Cunningham 40 years ago. I want him to get me 4 first downs a game, 1 a quarter with his legs. That gives me 12 plays minimum more. How many games are decided by 7 points or less? I now get 12 extra cracks to make that one play to turn losses into wins.
And you think in those terms of what we just talked about a few moments ago with Washington and how good they were, one, with their quarterback's legs, but two, with what they were able to do on fourth down. You think of all of the extra plays that the Washington Commanders had a year ago because they were the best team in the league on fourth down conversions, and they had a quarterback that could move the chains with his legs.
But in years past, there seemingly has been a bottom, and there were numerous teams in it. And I think right now, you and I are struggling to find a bottom in the NFL. Like we know, obviously, 15 teams are going to end up with losing records. We know that. But to be in the top 5, normally you have to win less than 5 games. And in years past, it seems as if you could sit here on May 1st and go, oh, I'll bet so-and-so is going to lose.
It was 3-4 years ago. We're like, Arizona's going to be on the clock. I mean, we've had teams seemingly in the last 5 years at this point in the year. We're already saying, I'll throw my $20 on the Saints right now.
Okay.
But that also means that Carolina and Atlanta have to improve. Because in order for one team typically to really stink, like the Raiders a year ago, what happened? The division around them became pretty good. Miller and Moulton. Kurt Becker to talk Derby next.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'm with you, Johnny Mac. Yeah, but Feeney, obviously you can do the math. You know, the new coach came in, took a look at last year's tape and said, yeah, we got to go draft a quarterback. So
Chunk of Gold is a horse running in the Derby. Probably has no chance of win, running in the 19th spot. But he was bought for $2,500.
wow. Hey, Ambient, I got to be honest here. And I know you big, the whole Denver thing, and obviously Elway's a god there, but what is there to talk about? We don't know. I mean, freakish accident, two guys on a golf cart, one guy who's on the cart ends up falling off the cart and dying. I mean, I don't know. Were they drunk? Were they horse playing around? Okay.
I mean, the only thing that I read is that the guy who died was on the back of the cart, not in the passenger seat.
Okay.
I read that briefly on TMZ, but again, there's not enough there. Not enough for me to talk about on air.
Right.
This is just BSing in the commercial break because I wouldn't go on air with any information because I don't know any information on that.
But the one thing I will say, he's not the guy in the 30 for 30, the Marino Elway 83 draft. Okay. This guy is different. He's in his early 60s. Okay. That guy in the 30 for 30 is Marvin Demoff. Marvin's in his mid 80s. Ambient, don't laugh. You'll probably get more information first from TMZ than you probably will anywhere else. Probably Lava Man would probably be my horse's name, Feeney. Unless I can go top of the morning. And it wouldn't be morning. It would be morning, no G, and an apostrophe. I mean, you got to feel awful for Elway. It's his best friend. So, no, Michael. I mean, Ambient, I have no idea. But okay, well, I mean, I'll come back on Monday if we know more.
Kurt is on. I love it. I got and you guys can text me whenever you want out of the Twitch chat room, but I got Horning asking me if I'm watching pickleball, and I got people texting me if I'm watching the UFL. You guys know the answers to these questions without asking them.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. John Forslund to join us 1 hour from now to talk all things NHL. But one of our favorites, Kurt Becker, kind enough to join us once again. Horse Racing Radio Network, the voice of Queensland. Okay. Follow him on X at Becker Trackside. Becker Trackside. Kurt, it's David and Mark. How the hell are you?
Good to be back talking to you guys again, because I know if I'm talking to you all, that means it's Triple Crown season's about to kick off.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Hey, first off, Baffert's back, right? What's it, 2022, the last time he was here?
Yeah, this will be the first time that we've seen him, I believe, since Medina Spirit back in 21 and all the controversy that ended up in a post-race test that eventually that win got taken away. And it's been a while, so it's going to shake things up a bit.
One of the funniest things that I read in the past couple of days about the Derby was about the favorite that simply said the headline "Journalism Wins" doesn't seem like the proper headline in 2025, but he is the clear favorite in this race. The fastest horse, his fastest times, his second fastest speeds, the second fastest speed. So will the favorite get it done on Saturday?
I'm going to say no. And the reason I say this, couple of reasons. Number one, I'm not convinced that California has the strongest crop of 3-year-olds this year. I know so often they have over the years. They've had a lot of small fields. This is not a horse that's really ever found himself in anything close to a 19 or 20 horse field. And I'm not convinced that his jockey, Umberto Rispoli, I'm not sure that a 1.25 mile race at Churchill Downs in a big bulky field is his forte. I think he's a very good jockey. But one of the concerns I've seen expressed, if he found trouble with this horse in a 5-horse field in the Santa Anita Derby, granted still came back to win, how much trouble might he find in traffic with this horse on Saturday at Churchill Downs? That might be unfair. The next horse I ride will be my first, but I'm skeptical that this type of race is Rispoli's forte.
Journalism, I believe, at 3-1 in the 8 post. which is one of the more popular posts, obviously right towards the middle, and they've had a bunch of winners come from there. You mentioned the fields and out in California. How about the fields just overall? Is this a good crop of 3-year-olds? Is this an okay crop? When you look at the quality of the field, how does it compare to recent years?
Well, that's an interesting question, because if I know the conventional wisdom seems to be that this is not a great crop, that there's no real standout other than possibly journalism. I'm not sure that that's fair. For one thing, sometimes to me it makes for a more interesting Derby when someone doesn't overpower the field coming into the race. The other thing is, if fellas, if we're going to go down this road, then we better go back and look at the last 3 years, because we've seen winners in the last 3 years. We've had an 80-1 shot win, a 15-1 shot win, a 25-1 shot win. So I always find it curious when people start beating up, like on this crop. Like, come on, the last 3 years, it's not like we've seen world beater superstars. With all due respect, Rich Strike, Mage was a legitimate horse, no question. But then Mystic Dan last year, I think we all have to be careful about being too critical of this crop.
All right, how much speed is in this race? I've read a lot about the closers and some of these horses that had good closing at any of the prep races, but ran out of room because the race is a little shorter. Now we get to 1.25 miles. Seems like it might be better for some of the closers. Will it be a speed race early that will help the closers, or will it be a slow start early that might prohibit the closers from winning in the end?
This is the key debate right now among horse players. What will the pace scenario be? A lot of people seem to think you're going to see the Baffert horses, Citizen Bull and Rodriguez, come out and go 1-2 and set a pretty good tempo. There are people that think there are enough other speed horses. East Avenue from the Godolphin stable could probably be in that early mix as well. Here's the problem. If that doesn't set up that way, you touched on the fact so many horses in this lineup like to rally from off the pace. If for some reason they don't get a solid pace up front, that is going to wreck the plan for a lot of stables in the Kentucky Derby this year. And sometimes, guys, we see this. Oh, man, it's speed. It's going to be loaded with speed. Well, then the horses come out, and sometimes because of that, someone's reluctant to go to the front. Hey, I don't want to burn my horse down against all these other speed horses. And sometimes nobody goes out to the front early, and the pace is slower than expected. Again, I'll give you an example. The race at Keeneland, the Toyota Bluegrass, Burnham Square had to come from out of the clouds to win that race. If he doesn't get a fast pace, he's got no shot on Saturday.
Kurt Becker, the voice of racing at Keeneland. Follow him on X at Becker Trackside. Becker Trackside. You mentioned Rodriguez, one of the two Baffert horses, 12-1. He won the Wood Memorial. Is he worth a shekel or two?
Well, he's taking some money. The updated odds, he's dropped just a tad from where he opened. He's at 9-1. To answer your question, yes, I think he is. He's dangerous because he should be in a good position. He should be close to the lead. He probably will not have to overcome a lot of traffic. He's got Mike Smith, one of the most seasoned, experienced jockeys in the game. Of course, Mike won this race on Justify a few years ago. He won it on Giacomo many years ago. So, yeah, I plan to definitely use Rodriguez in the trifecta, superfecta type of wagers.
I'm a sucker for a gray horse. You just mentioned Giacomo in 2005, the last gray colt to win the Derby. Sandman's one of, I believe, 3 gray colts running it. He's the one that has the best chance. But are you wasting money betting the gray horse?
I would go back to a horse that predates me. I bet some of your listeners are old enough to remember Native Dancer. Some think he was the greatest of all time, and somehow he got beat in the Kentucky Derby. But I think Sandman is a horse. I don't like the running style for the Derby because he probably will be having to deal with a lot of traffic coming from back in the pack. With that said, yes, I think he's dangerous because he seems to get better with every start. The more he stretches out to longer distances, the more he seems to like it.
Sandman won the Arkansas Derby, and I didn't check this morning, but was the third betting choice late yesterday at 6-1. Sovereignty is in between journalism and Sandman. Finished second in the Florida Derby. Last I saw, listed at 5-1. Okay, I like to bet on horses who have won one of the big lead-up races. And in recent years, I don't know, I've liked to bet the Florida Derby winner. He finished second. Your thoughts on Sovereignty?
That is actually the horse I'm putting on top on Saturday. And the reason why, a couple of reasons. Number one, his trainer, Bill Bott, seems pretty confident in the horse. When Bill's feeling confident, Bill would be an awful poker player because he won't say much if he's got a horse he's not real confident in, he's pretty quiet. He kind of starts brimming and smiling when he feels good. He seems to feel good about the horse. And I think Florida, what I'm going with is, my theory is Florida is where the best horses were on the Derby trail. And he seems to be a big, strapping, long-striding colt. I think he's for real. And I think this is the year the Godolphin stable finally gets that elusive Derby. And I think Sovereignty wears the roses.
All right. No Japanese horse has ever won the Derby. Forever Young was third last year. Luxor Cafe has the pedigree. American Pharaoh's the sire. So we all know about that horse. Will he have the legs to do it Saturday?
I don't think so. I just don't think that the Japanese contingent is particularly strong this year. You're right. American Pharaoh, it's curious. He's never had a starter in the Derby, and this year he's got 3 or 4 in the lineup. But I think Admire Daytona and Luxor Cafe, I just haven't seen anything from them. I know Japanese horses have done well. I know Japan had a huge Dubai World Cup undercard a few weeks ago in the Middle East. But I don't think that those horses, I just don't think they've stacked up against this caliber.
Okay. 65% chance of rain today, 75% chance of rain tomorrow, 95% chance of rain on Saturday. Let's talk mudders. We got any?
You know, it's amazing how this comes up. It seems like, fellas, almost every year or every other year, this rears its head. As I tell you, the one that comes to my mind is a horse you mentioned earlier, Rodriguez. I think that given that he ran really well on a sloppy sealed track at Aqueduct when he won the Wood Memorial, to my point, I think if you couple his talent, the barn he's coming from, and the fact the weather could play to his advantage, that makes him the most dangerous. As far as, are there any bigger prices, longer shots that are being overlooked that the weather might help on Saturday? I would have to admit I need to do a little deeper dive into the past performances.
All right. I know it has no shot of winning, but as I was looking through the horses, Chunk of Gold, which had a second in one of the prep races, and it's a long shot at 36-1. But this horse was purchased for $2,500, Kurt. Talk about a return on your investment.
Oh my goodness. I wish my late father were here, because my dad used to say that horses like this, they have got to succeed at least from time to time at this level to give everybody some hope. It can't just become, the Derby can't just become a race that you can buy the trophy, so to speak, by spending $1 million or $2 million on a horse. And he's Chunk of Gold. You're right. Runner up in the Louisiana Derby. There is a handicapper from California that I have a lot of respect for, a fellow by the name of Miles Feld, who does some behind the scenes work for FanDuel TV. Miles is all in on this horse. If that horse should win, or even just get a piece of it, that's going to be a great story. Jareth Loveberry, the jockey, he rode 2 fills in the Derby a couple of years ago to a runner-up finish, rode him very well. So Loveberry's a very capable jockey.
All right, a sentimental betting choice, Render Judgment, one of the co-owners, the late Toby Keith, 30+1. Any shot here? Because I'm going to throw some money on Render Judgment because of Toby.
Well, he is taking what one analyst called Toby Keith money.
Yep.
To your point, because of the respect and the admiration a lot of the public had for Toby, Render Judgment was 30-1 on the morning line. Guys, he's 12-1.
Whoa!
In stated odds. It's amazing. Now, he ran at Keeneland in the Bluegrass his last out. He finished kind of a lackluster 5th. But you're right. I mean, you've got Kenny McPeak, the trainer. Kenny just won the Derby with Mystic Dan last year. Kenny told me, I talked to him at Lexington about the horse. He said he's a big, beautiful horse. He's eye-catching. If he walks by, people stop and stare at him. But he said he's a one-run horse. And he said, the Derby, sometimes you got to have a horse can have a run early, then stop. Another run in traffic later, then take a breather. He said he's not that kind of horse. He's going to have to save ground and make one run when they turn for home.
All right, Sovereignty's your pick for the win. Who do you have him on top of?
Oh man, I'm right now. I am leaning toward Sovereignty for the win, and I am going to go with Sandman to be second, and I'm going with Journalism to be third.
And the Oaks is tomorrow. It looks as if it's a one-horse race. Am I right on that Good Cheer is clearly the class of the field?
I think you're absolutely spot on with that. My own thought on her, the thoughts that I've heard from handicappers who I respect, if somebody starts touting a different filly in the field, I've heard people laugh out loud and say, look, don't fool yourself. She's the best of the best. Of course, I get it. Anything can happen, but I think she's pretty solid.
He's our horse racing guy and has been for a long time, and you can hear why. He's Kurt Becker, Horse Racing Radio Network, the voice of Keeneland Racing. Follow him on X at Becker Trackside, Becker Trackside. Kurt, stay dry if you can. Thanks for everything. We'll talk in 2 weeks.
Thank you, fellas. Good to talk to you. And by the way, Mark, happy birthday in advance to your daughter.
Thank you so much, as I'll watch the Derby on the phone on the way back from her party. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, tadalafil, and Viagra, sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American made at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ooh, God, everybody keeps, all you Broncos fans keep asking about RJ Harvey. I mean, I think Pat's kind of on him. The one stat was terrific. I don't know. I mean, I would not have taken the corner. I said that. I hope he's terrific, but I would not have taken the corner there. I would have taken either the running back the Chargers took 2 picks later, or I would have taken Travion. So I hope you got it right.
No, Empire. Hard Rock does not have the Derby. The only way to bet the Derby legally in the state of Florida is with the Twin Spires app, of which my balance is at 0 right now.
Have you been able to use it in Florida, Ryan? Because
You can't use FanDuel.
I was going to say, don't see how it works. Huh. You've been able to use FanDuel in Fort Myers.
No.
Huh.
mean, quite frankly, you might have one of those, what the hell,
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour number 3 of Miller and Moulton, final hour of the show in Lake City and Live Oak, in Port Charlotte and Venice, halfway home in the 239 and the 904. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. John Forslund to join us a little bit later on this hour as we'll resume some hockey talk. We have a couple of football poll questions for you. One, so which team do you think's going to be on the clock? And you may not like our choices, but we came up with the Saints, the Browns, and the Titans. And both Miller and Moulton voted for the Saints. Then we also said between the Dolphins and the Jags, and one team won twice as many games as the other did last year. But we think the Jags have gotten better, and we think the Dolphins have gotten worse. Which team do you think is going to win more games this year, Dolphins or Jags? Mark voted the Dolphins, which is the smart choice. I took the Jags. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, and vote accordingly. We just had a deadline pass, I believe, or today's the day, or maybe it was yesterday, whatever. And it was in the starting 5 a little more than an hour ago about picking up of the 5th-year options. And this is a blanket statement, which can be wrong. Like the Ravens did not pick up the 5th-year option on center Tyler Linderbaum. Yet they said, we have every intention of keeping him. Now, that means that they either think the 5th-year option's too much money and they want to keep him for less, or they don't like the fact that the 5th-year option, there's no flexibility with it. It's fully guaranteed. That number's on your cap, and they just want to work out a contract extension where they can, create a little more cap room in 2026. But, Mark, are you okay with determining, and obviously it's not the case every time, but are you okay in concluding that if a team picks up a 5th-year option on a first-round draft pick, then the first-round pick has to be considered, at least our running joke on this show, somewhat successful?
I think that's a fair statement.
And then if we don't pick up the 5th-year option on our first-round pick, then fair or not, is it okay to conclude that that pick is, well, not a good one? We could have done better.
Yes, I think that's a very fair statement.
Okay.
But more and more teams we're finding are not picking up 5th years where they were beginning part of this decade. The 5th-year option was picked up far more than it has been the latter part.
And that's probably because in the CBA that they're working on now, the 5th-year option, A, has to be picked up a year sooner, and B, is fully guaranteed. So they have to pick it up shortly after the player's done with year 3 of their 4-year deal, and the team has to make an immediate decision about, am I picking up 5th-year option? Okay, this is 12 years we've had 5th-year options. 12 years. Which position have they missed the most on? In the previous 12 years.
You mean in not signing to a 5th-year option?
Correct.
Of the players drafted in the last 12 years,
yep.
Which position
is
least likely to get a 5th-year option?
Correct.
It's a really tough question. I'm going to go with defensive tackle.
Surprisingly to you, most of the defensive positions, the 5th-year option has been picked up a majority of the time. In fact, all the defensive positions they have. And defensive tackle, Mark, is the second highest rate of fifth-year options being picked up of all the positions.
Well, that shows you what I know.
Well, but, we got 10, 11 positions here. It's how it's broken down. So, for the record, tight end is the position that they've hit on the most. Now, it's also the position that they've drafted in the first round the least. But they're 7 of 8 on tight ends heading into this offseason about picking up the fifth-year option. So we've had 2 first-round tight ends in this draft. So, we got to wait 3 years, but we'll see whether or not Tyler Warren and Colton Loveland's fifth-year options get picked up 3 years down the road. Mark, running back is the position that teams have picked up the fifth-year option on the least.
Okay.
14 running backs before this draft had been taken in the first round. Only 5 of them had received their fifth-year option picked up. 36% of the first-round picks at running back for the last 10-plus years have had their fifth-year options picked up. Here's what I think will surprise you and I greatly, because it stunned me. Don't you and I have the common belief that, if you want to play it safe in the first round, what do you draft?
An offensive lineman. Go grab yourself a tackle.
And if you grab yourself a tackle, you've actually done pretty well, because you've picked up 64% of their fifth-year options. And there's only one other position that you've drafted more of in the first round over the last 12 years than tackle, and that's defensive back. So tackles, the NFL's been pretty good at evaluating. Centers and guards are a completely different story. Now, you don't have as many drafted because it's not as premier a position, and there does need to be a caveat thrown that right now all offensive linemen are playing under the same tag, but that doesn't necessarily concern fifth-year options. Mark, only 4 of 9 centers have had their fifth-year options picked up, and only 8 of 18 guards. So less than 50% of centers and guards have had their fifth-year options picked up in the last 12 years. Guess the percentage of first-round quarterbacks that have had their fifth-year option picked up.
42.
Higher.
Okay, 52.
Higher.
82.
Obviously lower. 59%. So we've said, a first-round quarterback is between what? A 50-50 or a 60-40 proposition. Well, if you go by just did they pick up their fifth-year option on the guy? Well, 59% of the time they have.
Now, David, and it was brought up in the Twitch chat room, and I think it's an accurate comment. Help me out here. Like Trevor Lawrence and all these quarterbacks that we've signed to extensions, did they give them their fifth-year option, or did they sign them to extensions before the fifth-year option?
No, that like Burrow had his fifth-year option picked up. Trevor had his fifth-year. Trevor's playing
Tua
this
had
year.
his fifth-year option picked up.
Correct, and the extensions start after it. Yes, because think about it from a team standpoint. The fifth-year option is far less money than what the average salary is of the extension. So, like Trevor's playing on his fifth-year option this season. The extension actually kicks in 26. So, wide receiver 60%, defensive end 61%, tackle 64%. The most drafted position in the last dozen years has been defensive back. 65% of those have had their fifth-year options picked up. 69% of defensive tackles, 88% of tight ends. Linebacker is truly a flip of a coin. 51% of linebackers have had their options picked up.
So as you look at the draft this year, and really, you look 3 years ago and kind of say which guys are getting picked up heading into this year, because that's really when you start evaluating a draft.
Right.
3 years after the fact. And that's why these numbers are important, to see how well your team has drafted, how many starters they've acquired, and in the first round, how successful they've been. But we all know that it's not just the first round where a team makes it draft. It's really rounds 2 through 5 where they take care of the majority of their business, and teams have to be equally as effective there. But in the first round, the fifth-year option does determine, at least to us, whether or not that pick's been successful.
Yesterday, there were 3 guys. 2 did not have their fifth-year options picked up. Ravens center Tyler Linderbaum, Jags linebacker Devin Lloyd. The Falcons picked up the fifth-year option on wide receiver Drake London. So just, hey, it changes year to year. I mean, like, according to this, Mark, what were there? 6 quarterbacks taken in the top 12 picks of the 2024 draft. Well, hell, barely 60% of quarterbacks have their fifth-year options picked up. Right now, that means not even 4 out of 6 of those guys would have their fifth-year options picked up right now. I mean, right now, if I gave you and everybody else $20, pick the one guy out of the group that you don't think will have his fifth-year option picked up.
The only one I would pick right now is J.J. McCarthy, because you've got the incomplete factor on what year 1 was. He's the only one. We don't know whether or not he can play in the NFL. Vikings fans, I sure as hell hope he can for you. But everybody else, we've got a pretty good idea on. Jaden Daniels going to get his fifth-year option done. Bo Nick's going to get his fifth-year option done. Caleb Williams, I think so. Drake May looks highly likely.
Highly likely on Drake May. I actually think there's more of a question. I would say the second biggest question mark is Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I would too.
Because the coach, when he was drafted, is not his current coach heading into year 2, and he's an offensive guy. And I think Ben Johnson will make a pretty quick decision on whether or not Caleb's the guy or not.
I'm with you 100% there. Because if he doesn't think he's the guy, then he's got to save his own bacon. And quickly, first-year coach, we all know the success rate of first-year and first-time head coaches in the league is not that strong. So he's got to figure it out with Caleb right away.
So I just wanted to throw those numbers out there. We do it every year right around this time. Those are the numbers. And
when we come back, I'm going to ask David a question on a fifth-year option if Bill Belichick would keep his girlfriend, Miller in Moulton.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What app are you downloading, Ambient? You bet on a horse to win, to place, which is second place, or show, which is third place. You know, I didn't really think about this, David. But I haven't been, the dog track's been closed forever. I haven't been to a track since I last went to the dog track. But, people used to gamble with cash. Do they all have like a thing where you can scan your mean, you're obviously half these people are paying with a debit card or a credit card now.
Right.
Nobody carries cash.
I mean, you could go to Tampa Downs Saturday if you want to bet.
Yeah, apparently you can go to the poker room at the Greyhound track, but
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. John Forslund to join us in a little more than 15 minutes time here on Miller and Moulton. We had Kurt Becker on about 40 minutes ago. If you missed it, go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you missed. A very informative 15 plus minutes previewing Saturday's Kentucky Derby. Thought we did a pretty good job covering all the bases there. Favorites, long shots. There's going to be rain. You know, Baffert with 2 horses back in the race for the first time in 4 years. So millerandmoulton.com. Download what you missed. Kurt, John Forslund, and all our guests join us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
So I'm pretty sure that North Carolina would not want to pick up the option on Jennifer Hudson.
Well, that'd be a deal breaker, Mark.
This is a story that won't end. And I know it's probably not your favorite topic because it's not really sports. But there's part of it that is. The fact that she's apparently on every email he gets from North Carolina, the fact that it looks like she may or may not have something to do with this whole Hard Knocks thing that came crashing down.
She's being blamed for ending it because remember, it was out there for about 48 hours that, you know, Hard Knocks is going to be the North Carolina football program. And then all of a sudden they said, nope, couldn't come to terms. And, well, HBO is saying, we couldn't come to terms because she basically wanted, you know, to be able to oversee everything that we were doing. And that's not how it works.
I mean, you know, Belichick issued a statement defending her that none of us believe that he had anything to do with writing.
Well, and CBS took 23 minutes in refuting Belichick's statement for whatever
Every
that's
bit
worth.
of it. Every bit of it they refuted.
Okay. The point that Belichick made in his statement was that it had been agreed to that, you know, my personal life was not going to be talked about. And Belichick even said, and besides, asking how we met, we've been pretty open about that. We met on a flight to West Palm Beach in October of 2021. Okay. So,
okay. If that's the case, then why wouldn't you just say, well, we met on a flight?
All right.
If it's common knowledge, then why does she have to run in and say, we're not talking about that?
There's also now discrepancies as to, you know, how many times did she intervene in this interview? You know, there are leaks coming out of CBS saying that, you know, we only showed you one time that she spoke up, but that, trust me, she spoke up a lot.
And that's the reason they're saying they showed it once to kind of encapsulate what happened during the entire time the interview was going on.
I got to admit, not that anybody cares about this, I thought it was a very soft, you know, those questions were softball. I mean, you know, Mark, come on, we've done it before. A guy writes a book. I mean, you know.
Yeah, the only thing that there was to talk about the book is the fact that he didn't mention Robert Kraft in it. That's interesting.
Yes. Yes, it is. But, you know, Kraft had his documentary that he had put out there in which it basically says, you know, Robert Kraft and Tom Brady are to be given credit for the dynasty. And Belichick, we tolerated him. You know, so Belichick writes a book and in turn, he's like, well, you know, yeah, the owner didn't have much to do except signing the checks. Okay. I mean, if Jimmy Johnson wrote a book about the Cowboys dynasty, how often do you think Jerry'd get mentioned? Meanwhile, if Jerry put a documentary together about the Cowboys dynasty, how often do you think Jimmy would get mentioned?
But this is now a little bit of a family affair because apparently Steven's wife, the defensive coordinator at UNC.
Oh, did he ultimately take the job?
Or he apparently she threw a little shade at her father-in-law's girlfriend.
Oh, wow.
So every part of this is fascinating to me. I mean, look at the age thing. We all know. You all have your opinions on it. I can't imagine any of your opinions on that part of this are ever going to change. But now, David, not just am I interested in North Carolina football, now I want to see the post-game press conferences. Now I want to see the halftime interviews. There isn't a part of this that I'm not fascinated with going forward.
Well, I believe 3 of their first 4 games are nationally televised. I think ESPN especially is planning on giving Belichick in North Carolina the Dion Colorado treatment early on. I mean, don't they have the Monday night Labor Day evening game this year, North Carolina? I think the week 1, they've got a high-profile standalone game. But Mark, let me play devil's advocate. Okay. What if they start winning? I mean, then how much of a distraction problem is she? And how much grief you're going to give Belichick about the 49-year age difference in the relationship and, whatever her role in the football program is. What if they win?
If they win, it all goes away, David. It all goes away. But I've got to think, like, for instance, they play UCF in September in the bounce house.
Yes, they do.
Now, I don't know if the girlfriend's going to be accompanying Bill for road games. But the creativity of the student sections, if she does, and what they may or may not be chanting during the game, I think could be hilarious. And any shots that are taken are not going to go very well by he and her. So I know this is soap opera-esque. I know there's a lot of you that would rather we talk just sports, but I'm fascinated by this because she's dove headfirst into the sports end of the part of this. That she's now essentially his mouthpiece. And that I find fascinating.
I find it interesting because he's never had trouble speaking for himself before.
Ever.
And the way he came off in that interview, at times, was he needed to make sure that what he said going forward was okay. What? For what it's worth, Labor Day evening, TCU North Carolina is our ESPN game Monday night, September 1st at 7:30. So it's ironic that Belichick will begin his college career with the same opponent that Dion faced his first game at Colorado, TCU. Now, Belichick gets him at home. Dion went and upset TCU after they had played for the Natty the year before. He went to Fort Worth and whooped them. The next 2 games are kind of, I don't know how they're on anything other than ACC Network. It's at Charlotte and home for Richmond. But then, Mark, UCF, bye week Clemson, okay? Friday night, October 17th, they're at Cal. That's going to be a 10, 10:30, 11 o'clock ESPN game.
Might even be a little earlier than that, to be brutally
Yeah.
honest. I wouldn't be putting that at 10:30, 11. I'd be putting it at 8 o'clock. Be damned with them having to start at 5 out west. So had to bring it up. Couldn't help it. Been sitting there in front of me all morning, and I had to take a shot at the Belichick-Hudson relationship. John Forslund to talk the NHL playoffs next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, I think Orlando's going to be raucous when Belichick and the Tar Heels show up. Absolutely raucous. I also think it'll be a night game. My prediction is night game ESPN 2.
John's on.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the bonus hour on this May 1st edition of Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We think he's the best in the business, John Forslund. He is the television voice of the Seattle Kraken. He does regular and postseason hockey for the NHL on TNT. He does playoff hockey for the Sports USA Radio Network. You can follow John on X at John Forslund, Forslund. John, it's David and Mark. How are you?
Hi, David. Hi, Mark. Good morning. I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Well, we are doing well. All right. Obviously, the series that we were paying the most attention to ended last night. We're both surprised. We thought it would go longer, but your thoughts on the Panthers disposing of probably the best Lightning team in 3 years in 5 games?
I'm in total shock. I can't believe they lost the 3 games at home, and I'm totally bummed selfishly because I was scheduled to do game 6 and 7, and I thought 6 was at least a realistic possibility. But I think what we learned about the Florida Panthers in this series is not only are they back, but the muscle memory you gain by being a champion can get kicked in at any point. And I thought what they did exceptionally well, aside from the goaltending, is the fact that they, by and large, limited 5-on-5 time and space as much as they could in this series and made it real difficult for Tampa Bay to gain any traction. They never had follow-up shifts. They'd have a good shift. The next shift out, no matter who it was just okay. Then it boiled down to most of their 5-on-5 play, certainly last night, was dictated by the point line, and you got to have more than that. So it's too bad for Tampa Bay because it looked like they had figured it out. As you say, it looked like this could have been a real great story for them. But a lot like the Dallas-Colorado series out west, these are 2 great teams that unfortunately have to play in the first round.
And with the Panthers, you know, the one thing that I really noticed last night was the difference between the 2 blue lines. And when you add a Sean Jones to this Florida team, he has looked as if he's played in the playoffs his whole life, having been in Chicago where they've not had a lot of postseason success recently. Ekblad coming back, Forslund's legit. They're blue. You know, we talk about the 3 lines and Marchand being on the 3rd line, But their blue line, their top 4 defensemen are really strong, John.
Oh, they're very strong, and Seth Jones has been a great acquisition. Nate Schmidt had a great first round. When you get goal scoring from your third pair, that's pretty good. That doesn't happen automatically, and you probably hit the mark in terms of the comparison between the two decors. If you look at Tampa, it's not the same. Luckily, they did get Ryan McDonough back because he was a cornerstone, and if you ask their players, probably their best defenseman all season, with all due respect to Victor Hedman. But Victor Hedman has a lot of miles on him. He's played a lot. He's played exceptionally well. He's an elite player. He's on the back nine, and I think it's not the same for him. He's still good. Don't get me wrong. He's still a quality defenseman, but he's not the same level he was where he could dominate in a playoff series. So then you get into Lilleberg and Mosier and the other players that are back there, Chernak, who's a good, solid guy. But we're talking about the Florida defense, and when they do get Ekblad back, it's even better. And Gus Forsling is, we throw this underrated tag around a lot in the National Hockey League because it is a game where a lot of players don't get noticed, and if they don't, they're like officials or offensive linemen. It's a good thing. It's certainly a good thing for this player. This player is as elite as anybody in the NHL and deserves more credit.
Yeah, he moves the puck very well, and you think you can muscle him, and seemingly you can't. All right, amazing in the regular season, and he picks right up where he left off in the postseason. 4 goals in the 5-game series for the Caps. John, you've spent 30 years in the NHL?
Yeah.
Okay, how many people turning 40 have done something like this?
This is exceptional. This is absolutely unbelievable. There's no one, if they're completely honest, that expected this, expected the record when it came, expected the level of play, expected him to have the type of regular season Alex Ovechkin had by missing 16 games and coming back from a significant leg injury, ankle problem. At his age, at his size, he's a big guy. He's thick. He still gets around okay. He's still a major factor in every game he plays, and he's got the burn to win again. And that's a great team. The Carolina-Washington series is going to be very interesting to watch. Washington has put together an amazing regular season very quietly. And not so quietly when your best player is chasing a record like he did. But by and large, their play as a group went unnoticed for maybe 3/4 of the season as they were at the top of the league with Winnipeg. And now they get to validate it and move forward. So they're well coached. And this guy, the grade 8, is having the time of his life. And we're all having the same situation happening for us as fans, watching him play, watching him accomplish the great record, watching, him lead his team the way only he can. He's a phenomenal player. Obviously, that's an understatement. So it's great to watch.
And he's throwing his body around still like he's 25, 30 years old, which is incredible. I mean, his hitting's picked up in the playoffs. And when you look at Washington and Carolina, I thought Jersey was more physical than Carolina. Carolina was just better. And with Jersey without their 2 top players, there wasn't a lot there offensively. Do you think Washington will try to out-physical Carolina in this series?
Well, they have a little history in the regular season. They had, a couple of dust-ups there near the end of the year when, teams are not completely emotionally invested. Certainly when 2 teams like this had their place basically set and they knew where they were going, and they're just trying to get to the end of the year without getting hurt. But there was an altercation between Jalen Chatfield of Carolina, Connor McMichael of Washington, with some people thought it was a MMA takedown move or slew foot. There was no discipline from the league on the play, but there's ill will between the 2 teams. And, the beginning of the series, like most of them, there will be some of that, and it will settle down. Yeah, I think Washington can use that to their advantage. I think you have to play Carolina straight up. You have to play them physical. You have to force them out of their comfort zone. They're one of these teams that's exceptional at checking with their feet. What I mean is they skate and they make it hard to play against because of their skating speed and their swarming nature as a group. It's hard to play against. It's a unique style. They play a man-to-man defense, which a lot of teams don't play. So there's going to be a contrasting team game between the two of them. Be interesting to see how it plays out. And then you have to get Carolina a position where they're chasing a game. If they're in the lead, they're tough. They play the way they want to, and that's a big key in the series. But this will be a good one to watch. And again, sometimes the second round after the first round becomes exceptionally heated. Second round takes a step back. I think in this case, both of these teams will take it to another level because I'm not going to say their first rounds were easy, but compared to what's going on in some other series, they were.
Talking hockey with John Forslund. Follow John on X at John Forslund, Forslund. I may be missing a playoff series, but I know you've done games in the St. Louis, Winnipeg, Vegas, Minnesota, and Dallas, Colorado series. So let's just go out west. Listen, the winner of the Dallas, Colorado series can win the damn cup, and one of them's going to go home in the next 72 hours. Your thoughts on that series?
This is the series, although my good friend Paul Maurice says there's no such thing as momentum. And who can argue him and who can defend if there really is momentum? Because who the hell knows, right? I don't think anybody could ever, only the guy upstairs might know if there's such a thing as momentum. So, but this series, there has been. I mean, I came out of Colorado, my last game thinking, oh my goodness, game number 4, this was the most dominating performance I've seen in a long time by the Avalanche, by any team. They had the puck about 80% of the time throughout the entire game. They outshot Dallas 22-3, I think it was, in the second period. They had to take Jake Ottinger out of his goal because he was just exhausted, and they had to give him a break. And then they go to Dallas, and Colorado loses all of that overnight or over the 2 days, and now Dallas has it. So what happens tonight? You think the pendulum swings back to Colorado the way the series is played out. This is, again, unfortunate. I think it's just the way things happen in sports where you get these two great teams early in a playoff series. You could take the loser of this series and match it up against maybe any team in the Eastern Conference, and I'll tell you what, you'd have a great Stanley Cup final, but that's not going to happen. So somebody's going home. I can't tell you who has the edge. I've been in and around that series. You're right. The way we do things these days, we have to split series with ESPN, so we're not on one specific series anymore. It's hard as a broadcaster, but it's interesting because I do get around the league. So yeah, I was in the West and I was scheduled to be in the East for the last 2. But this is tight. This is as tight as it is. And Colorado's at home. I would expect a 7-game series. I really do. I think it's going back to Dallas.
We've got 4 game 6s tonight. We'll see how many game 7s we get out of this. But north of the border, John, as you well know, they're puckering in Toronto. They thought they had a stranglehold in this series. They think they're getting ready for the defending champs, but Ottawa's not done with them yet. How nervous should Toronto be heading into game 6 tonight?
Pretty nervous. I think they're seizing up. I'm surprised. I'm doing Prime Monday Night Hockey for Amazon in Canada all season. I've been around these teams a great deal, and I thought this was a different Maple Leafs group. It could still be. I like their chances going into the playoffs in terms of winning the East, but they can't get out of their own way in clinching situations, and the numbers tell us this. So their top end is under the gun, and it's hard for us in the States to really get a hold of what this is like, because I guess maybe with the Dallas Cowboys a little bit, maybe with the Yankees, when you look at national teams, but I've never seen anything like this one, because Toronto is the national team of Canada. They haven't won the Stanley Cup since 1967, so that's where it gets a little bit dicey and different. There's been a lot of losing with a team that has an unbelievable following. And you know what? Ottawa's playing with house money. They're a good young team. This is not an accident. They're well coached. And Linus Ullmark, the goaltender, is starting to dial it up, and he can overtake a series. Like he's an excellent goalie, but he's an excellent goalie, if I can explain myself here, at being hot and cold. Usually hot and cold goalies are just what they are, hot and cold, and that's why they're just okay. This guy, when he's hot, is exceptional. He's a past Vezina Trophy winner with the Bruins. And then, he had a tough time at the front end of the season, was exceptional in the middle and near the end of the year, had a bit of an injury, had to step out, come back in, was just okay at the start of this series, but now he looks unbeatable. So it'll be a great atmosphere in Ottawa tonight. And it's a split crowd. There's lots of Leaf fans wherever they go. But I don't know. They got to win one game out of two. They should be able to do it. I'll still take Toronto, and I still think they're going to have the game tonight to get it done. And I believe that this will finally exercise some of that out of their system, because if it doesn't happen, going to Toronto is not a lock in Game 7 for the Maple Leafs. It'll be an exceptional amount of pressure for them.
John, we have about a minute left, and thanks for your time as always. Are we going to look back at where the LA Kings had Edmonton and say, okay, Edmonton was lucky to get out of the first round, and now here they go on another deep run? Or is this simply a matter of the LA Kings or the Winnipeg Jets of the 80s who can't beat the Edmonton Oilers?
Yeah, that's a great comparison. I think so. That takes us in the Wayback Machine, but that's what we do, right? And I think that's what we're looking at here. This series, for me, turned around with the challenge in Game 3. It gave the Oilers an opportunity to see light. And when you give Edmonton, and they're outmanned, they're not the better team this year. They have been in the previous runs. They're not this year, man for man. And that's from the goal out. But now you've got the second goalie, Cal Pickard, who's a great pro, but he's a backup, and he's playing well, out-dueling a Vezina finalist at this point, as we talked this morning, Darcy Kemper. And then you've got this beleaguered and not-so-great defensive core somehow holding up for Edmonton against a pretty good D-core and team game with L.A., but that coach's challenge, and then 8 seconds later, they get a power play goal from Evan Bouchard on the challenge of the Evander Kane goal. I thought it was a bad challenge at the time, and I thought, oh my goodness, look what happens now. And the series swung. And when you give them, like I said at the top, light, you're giving light to the two best players in the world. And McDavid and Draisaitl are capable of taking it over. It's the only team that has this, even with all due respect to Colorado with McKinnon and Carr and so on. I saw last year in the Dallas series in the conference final, these two guys playing at their best is a level that a lot of players, including the previous two that I mentioned, are just a notch below. Austin Matthews, those are probably the top 4 or 5 players in the league right now with Kucherov, right?
Gotcha.
So you have Carr, Kucherov, you go down the list, McKinnon, but then you have Draisaitl, who had an unbelievable season, and McDavid. That's a different story.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we do have to hit a hard break. He's John Forslund. Listen to him on the NHL on TNT.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
We get a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, Irish football, I have a question for you. There was a homebrew that basically was simply saying the same things you say every morning. Then you came in the room and said hello to homebrew. I never saw homebrew respond, leading me to believe that Irish football and homebrew could possibly be the same person. Just a thought. Oh, there's see there. Looks like homebrew, the 999. I just find it interesting. I am just merely asking the question that I saw Homebrew posting basically the same things that Irish football posts all morning. And then Irish football came in, and the first words out of his mouth were, "Hello, Homebrew." I'm smelling a conspiracy. That's all I'm saying. I think they're the same person.
Either that or you're right. We've added.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this May Day, the 1st of May. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. 2 poll questions today, both NFL related. Which team do you think is most likely to be on the clock next year? So who's going to suck the most in 2025 and have the number 1 pick in 2026? Our 3 choices for you to vote on were the Saints, the Browns, and the Titans. Tough to have the number 1 pick in back-to-back years, but, if you're going to throw a rookie quarterback in there, things can go badly. Peyton Manning only won 3 games as a rookie, led the league in interceptions. He turned out okay.
Didn't Carolina have back-to-back number 1 picks?
Yeah, but, Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's tough to do.
Took the Notre Dame kid at quarterback the 1 year and then took Cam the next, right?
Didn't Jacksonville have Trevor and Travion?
Yeah.
Back-to-back number 1 picks? So, yeah, it can be done. It's hard, but it could be done. So that's our one question. The other question, gut feeling right now. Who's going to have a better year next year, Jags or Dolphins? The Dolphins have a 4-game lead in the standings to start. They won 8 games last year. Jags only won 4. But Jags, we think, have improved. Certainly, they laid down for that coaching staff last year. In theory, Trevor will play more games. So we think they're better. Dolphins, Miller and Moulton don't think they're better.
No, we think that they're worse. We really do. And we've had Chris Perkins on the show. He covers the Dolphins every day. He doesn't disagree with us. And he's not an anti-Dolphin beat reporter. He wants them to be good. When you cover a team, there was some stuff made about, what was it, the beat reporter, and I think she worked for the Florida newspaper, but she showed the video of herself when they won the title. She was on press row. She didn't get super excited. She didn't go nuts, but she just videoed herself. And when you cover a team, unless you're really demented, you want the team you cover to do well. It makes your job so much easier.
And
just
readers
fly out.
And readership, listenership, viewership, all significantly higher. Absolutely.
And I just say that, but, because Chris Perkins thinking that they're not better is not Chris Perkins just bashing the Dolphins, the team that he covers. He doesn't do that. Another question we could have asked that basically would help you answer the Dolphins-Jags question is who starts more games next year?
Look at you.
Trevor or Tua?
Look at you. Man, your elbows are sharp this morning. They really are. And you didn't, I don't think, overnight sharpen them up. You're bringing what you've got. And, you got a little Messier in you. You're like, listen, I can throw the elbow. I don't think I can. All right. I know we don't play that way anymore, but I can go old school.
Well, like Ekblad, I'm suspended for tomorrow's show. We're doing a best of. I know I'm not going to be here, so I'm going to let the elbow get up a little higher than normal.
Well played, young man. Well played. So, wow. Which, by the way, couldn't the answer to that question help determine the answer to our second question?
Totally. 100%. We put New Orleans, Cleveland, and Tennessee down as the 3 teams potentially to be on the clock.
Right.
65% of the votes, New Orleans. 31% of the vote is Cleveland. And just 4% of the vote is on Tennessee.
Interesting.
Yeah.
This would be because we picked teams that finished last year and also teams that we think will be forecasted to finish last this year. I mean, tough to not be in consideration for being on the clock. You got to finish last. But I'm just curious. Who do you think will be worse than the Titans in the AFC South? Now, I mean, Jacksonville came close last year. But the Colts, Mark, have done what? A 9-win and an 8-win season? Back-to-back the first 2 years? I think that rookie, he's not a rookie anymore, obviously he's entering year 3, but the former Eagles coordinator, I think he's 17-17 as a head coach. So they're right smack in the middle. And that's with inadequate quarterback play the last 2 years. I mean, do you think the Colts are going to be a last place team? And obviously nobody thinks Houston's going to fall to the bottom part of the division. So, I mean, the first thing you got to do to get off potentially the clock is you got to get out of last. It's why I think the Saints are getting a lot of votes, because I think people look at the South. They saw Carolina improve the second half of last year, and they think that they're only getting better. How much, we'll see. And they think that the Bucs and the Falcons are just in a different area code.
I think the Colts could go backward. I mean, it's what? Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones?
There you go. There you go. Yep. Not to be confused with Montana and Young.
Right.
Right. Or Aikman and Berline. Right. And we can do this all day. You know, Greasy and Strock. Let's go.
Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson.
Right.
Let me just ask you a quick Colts question, since we have so many Colts fans listening right now. Who starts more games, Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson?
Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones. They gave him $14 million. $14 million. That's now they had to give him a little bit more than the $5, $6, $8 million that you want to give to a quote good backup. But they gave him $14 million. Why is that? They think he's going to be starting games. And therefore they can't pay him like a true backup. They got to pay him like, you know, and back up with a little something on the side. $14 million for Daniel Jones. And he went there and he had options. Vikings wanted him. Rams were interested. You know, good teams with receivers. And he chose Indianapolis. Why? Because he thinks he's going to play. That's why.
The other question David asked earlier in the show is what team that drafted outside of the top 10 could find themselves in the top 5.
Right.
And, you know, to me, if Pittsburgh doesn't get Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph's their quarterback, could there be a free fall in Pittsburgh? I know their defense is outstanding. I know they've added a receiver. But to assume their offensive line is going to be good this year is a risky assumption. They've drafted a lot of players there. They haven't worked out, and they've been injured a lot. Dallas is another team that I think the Giants are going to come eerily close to battling Dallas for third place in that division.
We'll say it again. The Eastern Division teams have very difficult crossover schedules this year. So, and where that really plays in, yeah, we can talk about the Eagles and or the Bills and that it could make it tougher for them to be a 1 seed. But to me, that's how your not so good season can become really bad, because you just look up at your schedule and you're an underdog every week. I mean, if things start to go bad again for the Giants, if things go bad again for the Cowboys, take a look at their crossover schedule. there's not a lot of deep breath. This ain't college where you can schedule your Sun Belt and Conference USA and what have you. And they've got tough crossovers this year to the two Eastern divisions. So I went with Miami, who picked 13th, as a team that I actually think, because I believe they're going to quit on him. Ramsey and others are going to get traded, and it's going to go badly. And so I think they're a candidate to draft in the top 5. I'm picking them last in the East, the Dolphins. That's how far I think they've fallen.
Just out of curiosity, and obviously we got a long way to go before we start picking this, but when you look at the NFC West, the Rams are obviously thought of as the best team in the division heading into this year.
Right.
How do you sort the division out after that?
No.
The Niners had a really tough year last year, a lot of injuries, but they've lost some key parts. They're getting older, as we've pointed out for the last couple of years. Seattle had 10 wins last year. They dumped everybody. They're basically starting over. And the Cardinals are a team many think could be on the rise. But when you look at that division, man, you have the Rams and 3 I don't knows to me.
All right. I'm going to say something that no one's going to agree with. If Baker Mayfield was the quarterback of the Cardinals, they'd win the West. Kyler Murray from the pocket is killing the Cardinals. Killing them. Take a look at all his analytics throwing from the pocket. It's 30th and higher. I mean, he is not getting the job done from the pocket. So, how much can you get him out of the pocket? Can you run your offense with the quarterback not in the pocket? At some point, doesn't he have to deliver 8 yards behind center? And they've got dudes. Look at his 2 wide receivers. Okay, he's got a tight end. He's got a running back. They've upgraded the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball.
And he's going to have to deliver from the pocket at some rate better than it was last year. Because you've pointed out, now they've got 2 receivers.
Yeah.
Now
and
they've
also,
got a legit tight end. They've got a running game.
Also, Mark, let's talk about how long you have. This is year 3 for that coach. I mean, this is it for Kyler Murray. I'm serious. If he doesn't get it done this year, the coach is going to go to the GM, who didn't draft him, by the way, go to the GM and say, well, we got to move on. I know the contract and what have you. Denver did it. Others have done it. We got to move on. We can't win with him. Which is, by the way, why Cliff Kingsbury should get consideration for another job. Obviously did a phenomenal job with Daniels in Washington this year. He won 11 games with Kyler Murray and took him to the playoffs once. I should keep that in mind when the head coaching carousel begins again in, 9 months or whatever.
Miller and Moulton. Miss any of the show? Go to millerandmoulton.com or any of the usual suspects to download the podcast. When we come back, there are 6 game 6s between the NBA and the NHL tonight. How many game 7s will we get? For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Not for me, Irish. I've said it on this show many times. The Denver Broncos will win every Super Bowl between now and the end of the decade.
Here we go. Adam, actually, I think Kingsbury would not work in New York. Also, I believe in Dable. Now, Shane's finally put 2 good drafts together. His first 2 were not. But I believe in Dable. I actually want the Giants to suck it up and ride this out.
In fact, the only way the Broncos don't win the Super Bowl this year is if Shedeur Sanders is named the starter in Cleveland, because he's obviously the greatest quarterback to come out of this draft, and he'll lead them perhaps to the Super Bowl. So, I mean, you're probably looking at a Browns-Broncos AFC title game.
Well, Feeney taking him 4th overall. I mean, come on. Started 1 year.
Such a horrible pick. I will say Miller, Moulton, and Kerwin
crushed it.
Way before the draft thought that he couldn't play. Didn't think he was a first-round guy.
No.
Thought it was an awful pick. You go back and listen to the tape.
No. Thought he was a developmental quarterback, and needed. And the other thing is, if you're going to draft him, then you got to play him. I don't like their approach. We're going to draft them, but we have to win. Well, who the hell wins? I know CJ Stroud, but it's usually the exception. Yes, Feeney, you're right. And Milroe has much more experience. Now, Richardson physically, is because he's so much bigger, is more impressive. Similar speed for the two of them. But
I never smoke weed before the show, people. Ever.
We have certain rules we go by. Not many. We're a lot like John Madden. Be on time, listen to your coaches, play like hell on Sundays. I mean, we don't have a lot of rules. Madden had more rules as a broadcaster than he did as a coach. Yeah, Robes, you're right. I'm telling you, I'm very curious about this Brock Purdy contract if they don't get it done before camp. Because Mac Jones is in San Francisco, and Shanahan loves him. They nearly took him 3rd instead of Lance. I'm telling you, Shanahan believes in Mac Jones. Just saying. Well, Feeney, I will say there's also a story circulating that Milton got into it with one of the offensive coaches. And that basically Vrabel said, yeah, we ain't going to put up with this.
Bob, I don't think that's completely outside the realm of possibility.
They are hyping up Fields already, though.
I know.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. A final thought or two, a pick or two. All coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Make sure you vote in our 2 poll questions. Miller and Moulton, broadcasting live from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
That commercial and that tagline has done something in my house that I never expected.
Really?
Yeah, but my wife and daughter, every once in a while, we've got 2 cats. One of the cats' name is Peaches. And every once in a while, my wife or daughter will look at Peaches and go, the Peachmeister, just keeping it real. And I'm like, what the hell?
TJ will love to hear that.
Right. And then I say we're broadcasting from the Floormeister Studios, and I'm on my couch, and I get really confused all the time. You know, we always do what's on tap at the end of the show.
Right.
But I did not feel that would be enough time to get into what tonight could be. And tonight could be a great sports night. A great sports night. You've got 2 NBA games, both 3-2. You've got 4 NHL games, all the series at 3-2. We've got elimination games and the possibilities for multiple game 7s here in the first round. Let's start with the association, David. And I know more of our audience seems to be hockey heads than hoop heads. But tonight, the 2 best series of the first round continue. I don't think there's been any question that these have been the best 2 series, although Houston's trying to make the Houston Golden State series a little more compelling as well. But the Knicks and Pistons, the Pistons are a slight 1.5-point favorite at home against the Knicks. The Knicks, Thibodeau had coaching blunders at the end of game 5. 2 of his best player, and one of his, what would you say, best? I mean, Hart's 3rd, 4th, worst?
Yeah, anywhere from 3 to 5, depending on the day.
Right. Put them both, or they were both checking in to come into the game with about 2.5 minutes left.
Uh-huh.
There were 4 possessions minimum before they got into the game. 2 of those possessions were by New York, and Thibodeau felt it wasn't necessary to call timeout to get Brunson back in the game and let the game play out. Knicks end up losing a tight one. So I can't imagine the coach will have blunders like he did in game 5, but it is in Detroit. The Pistons trying to snap that unbelievable home playoff losing streak. When you look at this game, do you think the Pistons force a game 7?
Okay. My head says the Knicks are the better team, and they'll just go prove it. They'll be like, okay, enough of this crap. But, Mark, the Pistons have outplayed them in this series. The Pistons have led for far longer than the Knicks have. The Pistons have had 5 fourth-quarter leads. So maybe it's a matchup thing. I mean, Detroit did do well against the Knicks in the regular season. They did have confidence coming into this series. I mean, hell, if I'm the Knicks, I'd treat it like a game 7. I mean, if you go home, you've lost 2 out of 3 there. You lost a deciding game against the Pacers there last year. I mean, home court for this group of Knicks, for the Brunson-led Knicks, home court has not been this overwhelming. They lost 2 out of 3 at home to Philly last year in the first round.
And they don't always do well when Brunson takes over. They need Brunson to get Karl Anthony Towns involved in the game and involved in the game early. He's been sensational late. So how they distribute the ball early, to me, is a telltale sign of how this game's going to go, David.
The sports fan in me, though, I'm rooting for, obviously 6 game 7s, but I'm really rooting for 2. Because if the Knicks have to play a game 7 and Toronto has to play a game 7, the pressure on those teams at home will be monstrous. Thibodeau's job will be on the line. No mistake about it. It'll be on the line.
Nuggets and Clippers. This has been another really compelling series. I think the Clippers get it done. I think this is for sure a game 7. The way this series has played out, I think they go back to Denver for a game 7.
What are they, 6.5-point favorites? That's a lot in a series like this. Yeah, how many times is Murray going to score 43? I think the Clippers are the deeper, more well-rounded team, but obviously Denver's got the best player in the league. But I say game 7.
We'll see when they played in the Lakers' place for all those years. Now that they have their own, will home court mean anything to the Clips tonight? Now hockey. Toronto and Ottawa. Toronto better get it done tonight. They better get it done tonight.
And I
Not
think
that they can't win a game 7, but the pressure that they would put on themselves, to me, doesn't bode well, even if they get out for Florida. I think Toronto, if they're going to have any shot against the Florida Panthers, have to win tonight.
Toronto's the better team.
Absolutely.
They will win.
But they don't have the better goaltender.
No, they don't. Also an amazing stat for as gifted a player as he is. Did you see what the Austin Matthews record is in games in which the Leafs have a chance to clinch? 1-14. 1-14.
The Colorado Rockies look at that record and tell you that it's bad.
Unreal.
Vegas and the Wild, Minnesota's had a lot of chances in this series. They should be up in this series.
If not over, they've lost 2 overtime games.
But I think, like you said about Toronto and Ottawa, Vegas is the better team here. I think they get it done tonight on the road.
I think the Wild force a game 6. I think the Wild have outplayed Vegas far more in this series, and Vegas has outplayed them for whatever reason. And I don't know, Mark. To me, Vegas and Dallas have both won 2 overtime games. There's a part of me that thinks that the home teams, Minnesota and Colorado, force a game 7 because they've actually been the more consistent team throughout the series. And Colorado, that goal 9 seconds in totally messed them up in game 5. I think Colorado wins tonight.
I think Colorado wins. I just think Vegas is deeper and has more finishers than the Wild, and that's why they win these close games, because they have the guys that can put the biscuit in the basket. And finally, are the LA Kings going to get bounced again by Edmonton tonight?
Even John Forslund said that LA's the better team. LA's the deeper roster. They've lost 3 in a row. Back-to-back third-period leads in Edmonton in games 3 and 4. Lost them both.
And that terrible challenge that LA did that Forslund brought up in our interview, that's haunted the Kings from that point forward.
Well, and then the coach after game 4, called out some of his players individually. So-and-so missed an empty net. So-and-so didn't get the puck cleared. You can't do that, dude. You win and lose as a team. You don't have enough standing as a coach to start calling out guys individually.
And the question challenged him, and he threw it back on the players. And that is not a move that generally resonates well inside the room, David.
And I know we're up against a hard break, but Mark, after he had that post-game presser after game 4, what happened in game 5? They were outshot 46-22. The Kings had been the better team throughout the series. And after the coach mishandled that press conference, guess what happened? The team laid down a little bit for him. I think the Kings force a game 7. I know it's win in Edmonton, but I just think they're the better team. I think we're going to get a lot of game 7s. Over under 3.5. I'm going over. I'm going over.
I'm going to go over because I want it to be true more than anything else. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was the day when, and some final thoughts. It's next on Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Damn, now I'm really bummed about the Panthers Lightning series only going 5. Forslund was going to do 6 and 7.
Yep.
Well, go Raiders. The Mets bullpen's been asked to do a lot, though. It was a bullpen game last night, first off. And go Raiders, the real problem's Stanek. I mean, he has not been good. First, trying to fill in for Diaz as the closer. You know, last night he was brought in the 7th inning. He's supposed to be their 8th inning guy. He has not been good. But, I mean, they are 13-2 at home. I mean, how bent out of shape are you going to get? But their starters have to go deeper into the games. They've got now, 3 injuries in the bullpen? The 2 lefties and the righty they put on. Plus, they're kind of nursing through Diaz here. I mean, their starters are seemingly only going 5 1/3 every game. So the Mets have to start getting some length from their starters. The Mets, quote, ace, their number one is pitching tonight or today, Senga. I mean, be nice for a Mets starter to actually see the seventh inning. I don't think so. I don't know. I didn't hear the boos for Soto. I mean, come on. They're playing 700 baseball. They're in first place. He's pressing. They know it. Lindor started his Mets career this way too. Lindor's first 2-3 months as a Met were rough. So I will say Juan Soto was not a good right fielder, though. My goodness. He invents ways to have balls go off his glove. It's something. It wasn't last night. It was the night before. Yeah. The fourth inning 2 nights ago, they were amazing. I mean, the funny thing is the Mets starting pitching's not giving them any depth. And honestly, they got more guys in their lineup scuffling than they do hitting the ball. It's remarkable they have the record that they do. Take it easy, Sonny.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till we're out of here. Best of Miller and Moulton tomorrow. Pretty darn good stuff in it. Mark edited it. It's probably one of our better best ofs.
A couple David Sampson segments. He made the cut twice. Almost made it 3 times.
Our Gary Danielson interview, I think, made the cut.
Absolutely. And Amanda Kristovich as well, talking the business of college sports. And she is terrific.
And she is.
Dialed in as to what's going on in all of the different lawsuits and all of the NIL talk and what's going on Capitol Hill. She's as dialed in as anyone, and we have a deep conversation about what's going on in college sports with her. That's all on tomorrow's Best of Miller and Moulton. That's the wrong one.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was a day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Call them today at 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location. Mention Miller or Moulton for a 10% discount on your service. If you're dating someone that's 50 years your junior, you may need Game Day Men's Health.
Look at you.
We start in 1840, a big day for David Moulton. Penny Black, the world's first adhesive postage stamp, was issued by Great Britain.
Oh, my goodness. It's a monstrous day in my life. Stamps? We just got some yesterday. It was a big deal in the house.
1920, Babe Ruth hits his first home run for the Yankees in a 6-0 win against his former club, the Boston Red Sox. Today in 1939, Batman first appears in Detective Comics number 27. My guess is if you owned that, it would be worth a pretty penny. Citizen Kane Directed by Orson Welles, and he starred in it as well, premiered today in 1941. On the same day in 1941, General Mills introduces Cheerios. It would be renamed Cheerios in 1945. Mickey Mantle hits his first career home run today in 1951 in a win against the White Sox. Mr. Potato Head, first introduced by Hasbro today in 1952. David, for you, Larry King had his first radio broadcast today in Miami Beach in 1957.
Brookings, South Dakota. Hello.
Elvis and Priscilla were married today in 1967 in a private suite at the Aladdin Hotel in Las Vegas before just 14 guests. 1981, Billie Jean King acknowledges a lesbian relationship, becoming the first prominent sportswoman to come out. Kind of a big deal in 81.
Yes, it was. And she was kind of a big deal then. And, still is.
Michael Jordan goes for 55 today after scoring 50 in Game 1 of the first series against the Cavs. The Bulls would win in Game 2. He's the first to score 50 in consecutive playoff games. 1991, couple of things. Rickey Henderson sets the MLB record with his 939th stolen base.
I am the greatest of all time.
And MTV Unplugged, for the first time, featured rap acts. De La Soul, MC Lyte, A Tribe Called Quest, and LL Cool J performed. The LL Cool J rendition of Mama Said Knock You Out is an all-timer. We didn't think rap could be done with instruments, and they proved everyone wrong. SpongeBob SquarePants debuted today on Nickelodeon in 1999. Charismatic won the Derby today in 1999.
I was all over it.
Me too. That's
all
when
over
I was
it.
on a roll. I was on a run in the late 90s with the Derby.
I was too. I had Thunder Gulch. Oh, yeah. I made a lot of money in the late 90s.
Gladiator debuted today in 2000. Smarty Jones won the Derby today in 2004. And in 2005, Messi scores his first senior league goal for Barcelona at 17 years old.
Whatever happened to him?
Right. Calamity Jane, Jack Parr, and Max Robinson would have all celebrated birthdays today. Max Robinson was the first African-American nightly news host.
ABC had a trio in the early 80s. Peter Jennings from London, Max Robinson from Chicago, and Reynolds, first name Frank Reynolds from Washington, D.C.
Jockey Stephen Cawthon is 64, wrote Affirmed. Tim McGraw, the country singer, is 58, and Wes Welker is 44. What did I miss, David?
Going to go back a little bit. I got three things. Don't know if you mentioned them. I really tried to pay attention to. 99 years ago today, Ford changed our work schedule in this country.
The 40-hour work week, huh?
5 days, 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week. Before Ford, you worked 6 days, you worked 9 hours a day. Not only that, Ford doubled the pay of their workers. Workers used to make less than $250 a day. Ford reduced their day, reduced their number of days, and agreed to pay them $5 a day.
One of the reasons for that is so that the assembly workers could afford the cars they were building.
Empire State Building, did you have that one?
I did not.
Dedicated today by Herbert Hoover in 31. So happy birthday to the Empire State Building. It's 94 years old. And Citizen Kane.
Had that one.
All right. Sorry. So that's good for me. 2 out of 3, though. That's I'm sharp if I'm, it's a failing grade, but for me, that's sharp.
Way to go, Meatloaf. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Thank you.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Michigan for the good, where a man had withdrawn about $5,000 from the bank and then apparently immediately lost it. Fortunately for him, a Michigan State Police trooper found the cash. His attempts to return the $5,000 to the owner were temporarily frustrated when the owner thought the calls were a scam. He hung up on the officer several times before finally realizing that the officer indeed had his $5,000 and was just trying to return it.
It's like the Jim Valvano story. You know, President Reagan called him to congratulate him, and he hung up on him. Thought it was like one of his cousins, you know, punking him, and he hung up on him. So they call back and they say, Mr. Valvano, this is the White House. Do not hang up. And he's like, no, I didn't hang up. We got disconnected. No, everything's fine.
Right. We go to Texas for the bad, where the Texas Department of Transportation had an unusual cleanup operation. An 18-wheeler rolled onto its side on US 81 and lost its payload.
Uh-oh.
8 million dimes.
Whoa!
$800,000 worth of change was spilled on the road. A driver and a passenger were taken to the hospital with minor injuries. The highway was closed for several hours while the Department of Transportation cleaned up the loose change.
How much of the 800,000 do you think they were able to retrieve? I mean, come on, you're not bending down and picking up individual dimes. I mean, at some point,
scooping them into piles and
and you get what you get and you leave the rest.
You think they lost $100,000 in dimes?
Easy.
And for the ugly, we go to Alabama, specifically Tuskegee, Alabama, where highways were shut down on I-85 because there was a loose kangaroo. The kangaroo was spotted hopping along the side of I-85 between Montgomery and Auburn, Alabama. State troopers shut down both sides of the interstate for the safety of the motorists. Fortunately, the animal's owner and troopers were able to capture the kangaroo. No one was harmed in the capture of the kangaroo. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, May the 1st, here on Miller and Moulton.
Everyone's
Alabama, wouldn't you freak out if you're driving down the highway and saw a kangaroo hopping down the road?
Totally. All right, let's be honest. What state would you be in where you saw the kangaroo hopping down the road and you're like, huh, interesting, and you keep going?
Florida or Texas?
Okay. I might California, you know, because you can see some strange things in California, but you know, I would think a lot of states in this country would be like, is that a flippin' kangaroo?
No, you're onto something there, David. You are onto something.
I mean, like, you know, I was in North Dakota a few months, and during the storm, like somehow the cows got out in the middle of the state and they were blocking the highway. All right. And, you know, I'm from Jersey.
Inconvenience, but
right.
North Dakota, a cow gets on the highway doesn't seem that far off the beaten path.
Well, no one in North Dakota was affected by it. I'm from Jersey. I'm like, what? We have a herd of cattle on the highway? They're like, yeah, we'll move them. Don't worry. It'll take a little while. Oh, okay. Remember typing up that story for Kathy Coyle to read on the new news to go along with the video. Uh-huh. Yeah. Don't be alarmed. Slow down when you get near Jamestown. Okay. There's a herd of cattle on I-94. Okay. It's going to take a little while. Just put it in park. Okay.
For the record, David, who are you picking for the Derby?
Well, I'm going to throw money on Render Judgment, Toby Keith's horse. I'm going to pick Sandman.
Oh, we're picking the same horse. I thought you were
Okay.
going with Sovereignty the whole time. I'm taking the gray horse.
Okay, well then I'll go with Sovereignty. I have no problem with that. Second in the Florida Derby. Okay, I have no problem. I usually like to go the winner of the Florida Derby. Okay, I'll throw some money on Render Judgment. I think Rodriguez, the Wood Memorial winner, is going to finish in the money, and I'll go Sovereignty to win. So there.
I like the Rodriguez pick. I'm a sucker for the gray horse. Gray horse hasn't won since 2005. We'll see if the gray colt can break that streak with Sandman on Saturday. Post time is 6:57 for the Derby. It just gets later and later.
Unbelievable. 6:57. It's a great spectacle, though. I hope to go one day. Indy, the Derby, that's on my list. Hope to go. Full day of baseball, but since it's Wednesday, it's a getaway day we have 6 afternoon games.
One of them's at Steinbrenner Field.
Yes. And can the Rays, who have scored 1 run in 2 games against the Royals, actually score a couple? Skeens is pitching for the Pirates. A 12:30 start. Skeens. How tired do you think the Cubs are going to be? And they got to face Skeens for basically a mighty nooner.
By the way, if you don't mind sitting in the outfield for the game today, section 218 for Rays and Royals. Actually, it's not even the outfield. It's just down the left or right field line. $4 a ticket. $4 a ticket.
Done. Let's do it.
Absolutely.
So the basketball tonight's on TNT. We went over the game, 7:30, 10 o'clock, Pistons early, Denver and the Clippers late. The hockey is split. 7 and 9:30 on TBS. Toronto, Ottawa, Dallas, Colorado. That's on TBS. Vegas, Minnesota, LA, Edmonton, 7:30 and 10 on ESPN.
So hopefully we will get a bunch of Game 7s to watch this weekend. We have 6 opportunities tonight for teams to force a Game 7. 4 in the NHL, 2 in the NBA. We are off tomorrow. It is a best of. We will be back on Monday. Have a great rest of your day. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.